Let me know how loud the volume is compared to my volume, I guess. Thanks, I'm glad you like the drawing. I drew that last year. Hey. Let me know how the volume of me sounds compared to the music, because I can adjust that if needed. I haven't streamed since last year sometime, so it can always be a bit weird. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, so this is, I guess for people who haven't seen this before, this is a side project I'm working on with my brother. I just tweeted that I'm live, so that's probably why the viewers went up. But yeah, this is the project I've been working on with my brother, like very slowly. We kind of didn't do anything like since like November. We kind of stopped. We both had other stuff going on and didn't work on it a lot, but we kind of came back to it a bit over the holidays and looking at it again. So today I'm gonna work on it some more. Yeah, the biggest thing I think I'm gonna work on a boss fight today. But we'll see how far into it I actually get. But that's the current plan. Let me make my chat slightly bigger over here so I can see you all better. So yeah, haven't done much work on it since last stream. Just basically no. We kind of came back. Like, when did I last? I don't even remember when I last streamed, but like we didn't do a ton of stuff. We didn't work on the game at all, like over like 2 or 3 months almost, and then only came back to it like a week ago. And in that time, we started redoing a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of like on stream I haven't really shown any story stuff, but there's kind of like stories with the characters here that we didn't really like, so we kind of refactored this part of the world. And the game kind of has we plan to have 4 parts of it, and we're currently just working on the first part of it. So like there's like going to be one here and one over here and one up here and one over here. And we're still just kind of focusing on the first one. So yeah, the game has a lot of content still to go. Hello. Is this Earthblade? No, this is not Earthblade. Just to be, yeah, that just says boss down in the corner. Boss. There's one here, boss. No, this game is not Earthblade. This is a side project I'm working on with my brother. We're just kind of doing it very slowly in our weekends and stuff. I should probably write on the thing somewhere like, not Earthblade, because people ask that a lot, but it's not. Thanks. Yeah, so actually, because we've been kind of redoing a lot of the rooms here, like we've been kind of restructuring a lot, like a lot of the we kind of did background tiles, and then we like restructured rooms, so all the background tiles are all like, any designs we had are all kind of broken now. This one still looks okay. That one looks about right. But a lot of them are all like janky, because the levels changed. This one still looks pretty cool. Yeah, every game is Earthblade if you look at it the right way. Yeah, on the EXOK website we have like a small screenshot of Earthblade. But yeah, my plan at this point is to work on some kind of boss fight, I think. Because I have like, I think last stream I was working on this boss fight. It was kind of like a mini boss fight. I'm not supposed to have the lantern for it though, but I should have the shovel. So I think this is what I was working on last stream, and I'm pretty happy with this one. Besides like the story stuff isn't in there yet, but like this fight like functionally works, which is cool. I haven't really play tested it at all, but probably gonna come back to it and work on it more later. But for the moment, it's like good enough until I find someone to play it and tell me what's wrong with it. So yeah, this fight is done. So the next fight I want to do is going to be like a bigger enemy, but not. I don't think the fight should actually be easier than this one because it actually comes before this fight. But I think the enemy is going to be like a big. He's like a big mining guy. Is the plan. Sorry, actually I realized that it's pretty flashy. Hopefully it doesn't bother anyone. I don't know how many hits this guy takes. I think he must almost be dead. Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry, can I ask whether do you still have the streams on how you implement serialization of levels? Oh, I can just show that a little bit now if that's something you're curious about. I don't mind kind of showing that thing. The serialization for levels though is basically just a JSON file. Yeah. Oh yeah, Natsu just said that. Yeah, it basically is just a JSON file. I can just show you what a level looks like in the actual game. I don't know a good one to show. I actually don't have, like, the levels don't have names, they're just what area they're in. But yeah, this is what a level looks like. I'm going to zoom in a bit for stream. So hopefully that's like visible. It looks kind of visible. Yeah. So this is basically like the files, the level files. So it just has, I just parsed JSON for it. So entities are just like what type of entity they are. Every entity gets a unique ID and then their positions and any like parameters they have. So certain entities have different parameters. So for example, like this scriptable entity has like a idle animation. And then there's like the solid grid, which is this stuff. And then there's like foreground tiles and background tiles. It looks like this level has no foreground or background tiles, it's all zeros, but it does have terrain. Yeah. We are making games. Have you implemented Steam input before? This feels super tedious to implement so far. No, I don't think I've ever implemented Steam input. I have like SDL2 does hopefully most of that stuff for me, but I haven't implemented like Steam specifically. I started off with a binary thing, but it got annoying because the biggest thing is like maybe for a release build of the game it could be binary, but like when I'm working on something, I find it really annoying to have binary data because if there's like a problem with it or I want to change something, it's really hard to find. Like if there's a problem with this file, I can just look at it and be like, oh, you know, I was making camera X be some wrong value, and I can just see it visibly. And so binary data is a lot harder to kind of debug. So when I'm actually working on a game, I really don't like binary data. Binary data is definitely faster to parse, but for this game, like the levels are so small, like I think how fast it loads the whole map. I think it'll say loaded map in 160 milliseconds, and that's in debug mode. So hope it doesn't take long to switch. I might actually have to download SDL2 again to switch to release mode. Oh no, it's good. Okay. So, like, I don't know what it's building. But yeah, basically like parsing JSON files is really fast, like fast enough for this project anyways. So there's no reason to not use JSON. Like, okay, yeah, loaded map at 35 milliseconds in release mode. So it's like, that's this entire map is loaded in 35 seconds. So it's, or 35 milliseconds. So, and that's like all up front. It's just loading the entire, like every single level JSON file. So there's like not really a reason for me to use binary data for this game. If you had some really huge complex game, then it would be worth it. But for this, it's just like I like being able to read the data. And the cool thing about this too is if I ever release the data, like release this game, which hopefully I will, it's easier for people to like edit stuff. And I I like the ability to edit game data and like let people see the whole game data. So like leaving things human readable is nice to me. I like that. So yeah, a lot of pros in my opinion to just using text file formats. But yeah, if you need performance at some point, you could do like debug mode is text files and then release mode is like a binary data. Could be cool. Thanks. I will have fun, hopefully. Thanks for hanging out, Bomb Fuse. We expected 23 release or you expect for this project, I would love for this to be done this year. But it's hard to say because like we'll go on, like for example, we just stopped working on it for 3 months, I think. So if we keep not working on it for months at a time, maybe not. But if we actually consistently work on it this year, then yeah, I think that's reasonable. The game is not going to be huge. I keep saying that. I've been saying that for like a year. This game is not going to be huge, but since we work on it so slowly, it still just takes time. Why did I stop working on it? I just had other stuff I was doing. So my brother's in school, so he was doing a lot of school stuff. And then I was kind of focusing on Earthblade, which is like my full-time job. So I just kind of reprioritized myself to working on that full-time and didn't have time outside of, outside of that to work on this. And now I'm just kind of doing this in my this has always been like a weekend game, so it's just like if I have a bunch of weekends in a row where I just don't have time or have other stuff happening, then this game doesn't get worked on. So yeah, it's just kind of life stuff. But yeah, that's kind of always been the project. This project's always kind of been on the back burner and just working on it when we feel like working on it. So occasionally, such as the last few months, there's just not a lot of time to work on it. The tree's a save point actually. So the tree is like, there's different trees. So there's one there. The first tree you find in the game is this one. And so they're the save points in the game. I think there's just these, there's one more up here, but this one's probably going to change. Thanks. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the color palette stuff. But yeah, so my next plan here is to work on a boss fight in this room. Right now I just put this enemy, but this guy is actually not going to be here. This enemy does exist in this area, but he's down here. And I think for a while I thought I'd reuse these guys a lot and they could just be all over the place. But I think I like the idea of this enemy being more like a one-off kind of fight. So I'm not going to have this guy repeated again. So instead, let's delete him and actually set up stuff for a new enemy here. And I haven't totally figured out. I mean, I probably should have thought about this before stream. Like, what should this enemy be, or this boss fight be? But I haven't really decided yet. But I guess that's where we'll go right now. So I haven't, okay, so because I haven't worked on this game in so long, it might be a little bit rusty in terms of adding stuff. I might add another folder for bosses, because I think there's going to be a bunch of bosses. And I might move, where's that ghost? This is that ghost that I just fought. And then entities. Let's broke this one. So this is something like people who are familiar with C++, I guess. One thing that I'm doing a little bit weird with this project for entities, I'll call it foreman. So this is like a miner guy who you fight. One thing that's kind of weird about this, like the entity setup in this, is like the entities are kind of just like factories. So I'm actually declaring all their code in H files, which is not usually a great idea, but all of the entities in this game are only included in this singular file, and nothing else does. So it's fine right now to declare everything in an H file for every single enemy or every single entity. But yeah, that could get slow in the future, but for now it's been fine, because basically this is the only CPP file that actually implements or uses. Why does that not? That should exist, I think. Yeah, that exists. That's just Visual Studio being weird. I forget what I was saying, but yeah. Do I already story mine for this game? Oh yeah, Liam's there. Yeah, we have a basic idea, and we're just kind of slowly working on it as we go. I'm just gonna copy all this and just delete all the stuff I don't care about, which is basically all of it for now. I'll keep an animator and a move for factory. Yeah, okay. Copy this. So, like, I think, yeah, this is the factory that I want. So, yeah, the way, like, the entities work in this is basically, like, different entities implement just a factory that creates the entity, and then I forget where I'm going. I'm trying to think of two things. Basically, like, every single entity is like a factory like this. So whenever an entity of this type is created, like this 4-man factory, what happens is it calls this create event. So this is the thing that actually constructs, or will. Right now I'm not, this is, I just copied this from the ghost, but this is the thing that'll actually create the object. But I'm gonna get rid of it all for now. And then I need to actually need to make a sprite for this, but for now I'll just make it, let's make a new sprite. Or do I have a sprite that I could use for this guy already? Probably not. I have this old boss one. Oh, this thing. Well, okay, I'll just reuse this. This is not actually a boss anymore, so it should not be called boss one, but I'll resave this is, and then delete these ones. And that's fine for now, that can just exist. So I should be able to place this one now. I need this stuff. Oh, I want to get rid of this because this is already this. This is going to be roller component type. Yeah, okay. So this won't actually create it in game yet, but I should be able to place it now. After I add it to the entity factory, which Visual Studio is complaining a lot right now, but I think it's lying. I'm pretty sure as soon as yeah, I think this is just lying. It's very upset right now. Is it oh, okay, that's why it's upset. Yeah, I'm trying to move towards more of the mini boss idea. Just like not repeating enemies. So we'll have these little enemies like this guy, for example, that repeats and stuff like that. And I want to add a bunch of these and they'll repeat, but then any kind of larger enemy that feels like a fight, I want that to be like a one-off kind of thing. Because honestly, it's not that hard to add new enemies to this so far. So I'd rather just, and the game's not gonna be huge, so I'd rather just each thing be unique. Okay, so I have to fix that because his origin's all weird. Just because of this. I'm actually just gonna copy. I think I had like, what is that jumping guy called? Bat, fly, hop, turret, jumper. It's probably this thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy it to preview for now. So this is kind of the thing, this factory thing is like, this describes what an enemy, or an entity, not an enemy, an entity should look like. So it's like if it has any custom fields, what folder it goes into, the thing that creates the entity in game, and then what it looks like in the editor. So yeah, this should now look kind of normal-ish. And it doesn't actually do anything yet. So because, you know, this create function has nothing in it, it doesn't do anything. Maybe I'll add more fields later, but for now, what I'll do is I'll take the entity and I'll add a animation to it. I'm going to copy this animation because it's the same sprite for a second, just so it exists. So we get a sprite, we add it to the entity, we play an idle. That's fine. I think unstretch is, so by default, yeah, I have like a squishing code stuff, so things can like stretch and squish, and it does that automatically, which is nice, because I use that a lot. Okay, so there, now that entity's there, and it does nothing yet. Who's doing the art? Both of us are doing the art, so I think I did most of it at the start, but Liam's been doing quite a bit as we go. So yeah, like we've slowly added, we've been working on like new attacks and stuff that are like not done yet. But we're playing around with stuff like this. So like Liam did the animation for this one, for example. We're trying like a spin attack thing, and he also did the animation for that. So yeah, it's kind of just both of us tinkering on it. I think I did most of the sprites originally, but he's been adding a lot. Like this cat character, and I think he actually did this ghost character. Yeah. Yeah, it's going pretty good. And then yeah, I guess feel free to ask any questions as I go. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with this yet. I think what I want to do with this character, I think they're gonna be kind of Sonic-y in a weird way, where they're gonna like roll at you in like a I don't know what to call it, like a spin ball thing, and they'll like land on the ground and then go at you and hit one of these walls and bounce up, and then maybe they'll slam down after that. So they'll start rolling, roll at you, hit a wall, jump into the air, and then slam and have like a wave come out. I think that sounds pretty cool. So I'm gonna try that, which is a lot right off the bat, but we'll see where that goes. And then you'll probably just be able to hurt the enemy like at any time during that. I think that makes sense. How does it feel being the unofficial main fan questions answers? Oh, like in the the Celeste Discord and stuff, or the XFP Discord. Yeah, I don't mind. I like answering questions. It's fun. Blanket balls aside. Okay, what do I actually want to do for this? So I think like I'm gonna steal like the state machine thing I have. The Cataghost, like that's the Cataghost is like that other boss I showed earlier, has like quite a lot of like complicated setup code because its fight routine is more complicated than this one is going to be. So I think for this one I can actually do something much simpler. So for now, let's include what's it called? Okay, my Visual Studio's having a fun time right now. But is it routine? Or is it util/routine? Yeah, util/routine. My Visual Studio has decided not to like autocomplete anything anymore, which is fine. We don't mind that. I'm using VS 2022 for fun, which has been mostly pretty good, but sometimes it gets weird. Okay, so what do I want to have? I want to update. And yeah, like I said earlier, like I'm just going to code all of this stuff in the H file, because all of this stuff is only included in a single compilation unit. So normally if I was coding other C++ stuff, like anything else in this game, like for example, you know, the scene class, like I code them separately. But for this one specifically, like any entities, I just code inline because they're only included in one place, so there's no reason not to until that proves to be a problem. How did I come up with the name of this project? We haven't yet. So right now it's just called Lone Tower, but that's not the final name. That was just because I was making, like, originally this game was going to be like based on how the map's turning out. Honestly, why is it taking so long? Based on how this map like turned out, it's probably not going to be a tower. But originally the plan was for it to be a tower. But now it's getting a lot wider than it is taller, which I guess is kind of natural since most of your moveset is more horizontal than it is vertical. So it doesn't really, I think like at the end of the day, it's going to be like this kind of weird square shape and less tower shaped. So it's not really tower anymore, so I'll have to figure out something else. But that was the original idea. Yeah, kind of the inside of a mountain. Maybe it should be a mountain. I'll just only make games about mountains. So, okay, so this 4-man controller. So, yeah, so what I'm going to do for this is a simple coroutine thing that I wrote, which Visual Studio isn't going to find, but I know exists. And this is one I wrote for this project. That's basically like, I think I explained this in a previous stream, but I really like coroutines for handling behavior of any kind. So any kind of simple behavior, especially kind of states like of objects, it's really nice to do in coroutines. But C++, until C++ 20 does not have coroutines, and C++ 20 is kind of too new for me to use, so I'm still stuck with just no coroutines. And for portability reasons, I'm just kind of doing this like dumb coroutine implementation, which is just like a switch statement. So it's not doing anything too fancy. It's literally just like a switch statement, and then it's like case, case 1 do this, and then like case 2 do this. But I'm just wrapping it in like nice little macros so that I don't have to like write all that ugly stuff. And then it's easier if I want to change it, because like I started off by just writing switch statements, but then I'd always have this thing where like I want to insert like a condition between two other parts of the coroutine, and then I'd have to like rename all of the cases all the way down and stuff, and it got really annoying. So I'm now not doing that. So routine stores the actual current state, and then yeah, I forget, do I want a semicolon after these? I think I do, maybe. Side of Celeste Mountain? Nah. Yeah, you can ask me any questions. Like, feel free to ask anything. If I can't answer it, then I won't. But I'll say that I can't. But yeah, feel free to ask anything. I do not mind. If you're asking, yeah, like specific things, like about how consoles work or something, like certain things I cannot answer. But yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is start with the rolling part of this. So maybe I will do a sprite for this. I'm gonna steal a sprite from somewhere else. Or this guard. He's gonna be kind of like this guard I have. Yeah, I want this guy to look kind of like this. So I'm just gonna steal this for now. Except he's gonna have a mining helmet, I think. Which I don't really know what a mining helmet looks like even. Bear with me as I pixel art terribly. That's just how he looks. Okay, that's like very evil. That might be too evil. I I didn't really think too much about what this guy should look like. What do the eyeballs on other characters look like? If I look at a random miner. Oh, there's little squares. So making game inspired by Celeste and other platforms, and we got to the this is a Celeste feature prop, and I've seen many other devs running into that. Not only this, but also Pollinate. I just wanted to know what you think about inspired games. Like inspired games, I'm fine with. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. If there's like if the game is like clearly like basically ripping assets, that's usually a problem. But like if a game is like heavily inspired by, I don't usually mind. Yeah, like I just say like use your discretion kind of and see. But generally speaking, no, that's fine. Looks like he's like a third eye now because his helmet. I don't know what mining helmets look like. What do mining helmets look like? Oh, they look like that. Okay. I mean, this isn't so far off. I guess they usually have a band around them like this or something. So maybe I want it more like that or something. Something like that, kind of. Maybe even just like that. Okay, I'm gonna start with this. He's supposed to be like, I want to have work boots. Maybe just like this. Maybe standing closer? I think standing closer. The other guy, he's not quite as beefy as the other guy. Yeah, sorry, bear with me as I do really bad pixel art. Actually, I mean, it's not too bad. It's not terrible. Just like mildly terrible. I'm trying to make it look like he has like gloves or something. But for that, maybe he needs to have thinner arms. But I want him to have big arms because I think he's going to slam the ground with his arms. Okay, that's pretty good. We'll see what this looks like in game soon. Oh, that's not centered. Okay, I'll start with this. We'll see where this goes. A-Sprite more like... No, wait, I already have a better name. Hard Matt Miner Steve Jones. Yeah, I mean, Hard Matt Oh wait, why is it? Oh, I'm not using the format sprite. Did I put this in bosses or is this in enemies? Content sprites enemies, okay. Do you tile maps or just draw the level at once? I'm using tile maps. I can show you in a second. What are we coming up with names for? We're coming up for names for this guy, who's gonna be like a four-man, like he's like a mining four-man guy that you have to fight. Actually, I kind of like him. I think he needs. It looks like I don't quite like how attached his arms look like to his head. He kind of looks like he doesn't have. So maybe like this. I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with that for now. See what that looks like. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. You can come up with names for this guy if you have better names for this guy. He's going to be like the mining boss. So he's like, you have to fight him so that you can get a mining permit, so you can get into the mine, which is kind of like the dungeon. So to get into this dungeon, you need to fight this guy. To like kind of, yeah, and he's going to be rolling. I think he's going to roll around. I think is my plan. And then slam the ground with his fist. So he'll charge up and roll at you kind of like Sonic, and then he'll hit a wall and he'll bounce up, and then he'll like, when he's in the air, he'll kind of like not hover but like really slow down, and then he'll slam downwards with his fists and like hit the ground and make a shockwave go out. That's my current plan, and we'll see how that works out. But like, that's the current trajectory of this guy. Is he a boss? Yeah, he's kind of like a minor boss, a mini boss, if you will. Oh, how did the lantern swinging work? Oh, I was also going to the tile sets. I forgot. Sorry. The lanterns are really simple. Well, I mean, mildly simple. Basically, what happens is the swinging is all fake. So there's no like physics or anything. Basically, when they detect the player on top of them, they just check the player's speed, and if the player's speed is, whichever way it's going, they start rotating. So the lantern's origin point is actually right here, and then it adds sprites outwards. And then if the player goes over this, it just rotates itself. So since its origin point is up here and it lying like this, if it starts rotating itself, it rotates like that, because it's spinning from the top here. So as this part spins, it's going like that, if that makes sense. So basically, it just detects the players there. I think they have colliders for it. Yeah, so they have little colliders, and if the player overlaps with that collider, then it just like rotates. It adds rotation based on the way the player is going. And so what then happens is like the way they stop rotating is they're just on like, I think they're on a sine wave. So they just like go up like this and a sine wave, and then it decreases over time. So it starts off high, and then the sine wave, just like the multiplication of the sine wave, decreases until it stops. That's the basic idea. So I guess it's not super simple by any means, but like, yeah, they're like origin point is here, and then it just rotates is the basic gist of it. For tile sets, yeah, I am using tile sets. So I have a few different ones here, and you just kind of place them and it auto tiles them. So that's how all the tiles are done, because I would never, unless the game is like, the art style is like really drawn somehow, I would never draw rooms. I would always try to find a way to tile them. And this game is auto tiled, so the tiles are chosen automatically. And then the actual tile sets are pretty simple. Like these are the tiles for it. I don't remember why these are here. I think I was going to add something for these ones, but yeah, you can ignore the side part. These are the tiles right now. Yeah. Minor inconvenience. He is a minor inconvenience. Both literally in both ways, I guess. does lanterns flash rather quickly? Can you elaborate? Like, you mean like this flashing or like the edges of the screen flashing? Yeah, there are slopes in this game, yeah. Is it a beginner-friendly engine? Honestly, not really. I think if you want a beginner-friendly engine, I would use something like Pico 8 or GameMaker, or even Unity in some regards, because this one is more like, the stuff I have set up here is more kind of just like C++ code, and it just does, like, there's no editor for it or nice kind of like tools for it. It's kind of like, you know, just I have stuff set up for it for me, but not really nice friendly stuff if you're kind of new to making games. But that doesn't mean you can't like mess around with it. Like the source code for this, not the game, I don't have the source code for this game, but the source code for like the engine I'm using is on GitHub. And at some point I'd like to make the source code for this available too, but it's not right now. I don't know if you can answer this, but we have a section in the game, we have a lot of human characters, and we thought about adding Madeline or Celeste team and then Easter egg sprites to say thank you for making such a great inspiration for us. It would be something that would be fine. We really don't want filing property. Yeah, I'm trying to think of that. Like, I think that like Madeline, like the character herself, like the actual Celeste characters, I don't know, like you might have maybe like email us. But if it's an Easter egg, it's probably fine. Like I know other people have put like strawberries and stuff like that in their games as Easter eggs, and that's been fine. Like that doesn't really, I don't think we'd have a problem with that. Or at least I don't. But yeah, if there's like large amounts of Celeste stuff in it, you might want to talk to us about it. But yeah, for like an Easter egg that kind of hints at it, I don't really see that as being a problem, honestly. Yeah, I definitely check out Pico 8. I think Pico 8's really cool. Or yeah, honestly, like yeah, GameMaker, something like that. Probably the easiest one right now is contact@exok.com. That'll go to Heidi, and then we can take a look at like you can explain in better detail. Okay, I'm gonna actually start working on this boss. So I kind of sprited him with an idle, and then I'm gonna just add a quick roll. And for now, I don't know what this should look like, so it's just gonna be a ball. Sarah, how do you do outlines? Yeah. This is probably gonna look really bad, but we'll see where it goes. So this is gonna be the new. Doesn't really matter yet because I'm just gonna work on the actual code for it. So this is gonna be roll, and I'll start with these two. Okay, so to begin this, he's gonna charge up for a bit. So I guess I want the actually this is gonna be kind of confusing. I guess I could either do the rolling, the spinning of him in code, in which case I want to change the origin point of his sprite. Right now the origin point of his sprite is like this blue square, it's like down here. But if he can roll and I want the rotation to be actually like in code, then this should be, I should change his origin point. But I might just do the roll in sprites, which is going to be janky, very janky. Well, it's kind of weird that that one point doesn't change. Yeah, maybe I'll make him rotate in code. I think rotation in code is probably better, but then I need to change his origin point, so That's fine though. Origin point being in code is okay. Or origin point being higher is probably fine. So I think I want the origin point to be like, I guess I get to center this whole sprite. Maybe that's easier. Just put him up here. And put this like actually centered. Although I drew this not quite. Oh no, it is. Okay, okay. So 32 by 32. It's gonna break a bunch of stuff, but I think this will be easier in the long run. Oh yeah, Godot as well, or Godot. Is it Godot or Godot? Nintendo were to ask you if Malone or any other character made a Smash, what would your answer be? Like, if Nintendo asked if we wanted a character in Smash, like that's not even a question. I would be like, fuck yeah, that'd be amazing. So, yeah. I don't think there's almost any possible way we would decline that. That'd be ridiculous. Do lands play a role in this boss fight? Like, does the boss cut them down? That I didn't think about cutting them down. That could be pretty cool. Yeah, actually, I'll think about that. That sounds cool. For this boss fight right now, like, he didn't play a role. This fight, it does play a role. So this one, instead of there being lanterns, like, you normally would not have your lantern here, because you actually, this is the fight where you get the lantern. So this fight, it does play a role, because this guy will turn off the lights every now and then, and you have to, like, turn them back on to be able to see him. But this fight, I wasn't planning to do that. Yeah, rotating code means rotating pixels, so it does maybe mean that it looks ugly. Like, I'll show you if I do this. And do I have a way to just sprite spin? Yeah, let's just try adding some spin to him. I think this is built-in spin. Yeah, it looks like that, except it should be the other way. So it looks pretty dang ugly, honestly, as it usually does. But if I make it really fast, it might be okay. But yeah, honestly, this might be. I might not want to do this. But honestly, for the sake of this, like, I think it's okay. Like, it's not the prettiest thing ever, but yeah. So preview is going to be negative 12. 24, we'll do that. And the origin point, if this is now, that's 55. I don't love how this. What is? I would like to redo these previews because they don't make any sense to me. Offset. I think just 0 or maybe 6 by 6 or something. Delete them and make a new one. Okay, wait, that's so 0 by like 4 or something, or 2. Oh yeah, Godot. Thanks. Sorry if I missed any questions. There's something about CMake, but I don't know what that question was. But yeah, I am using CMake because it just basically what someone else I think said is it's basically the standard. Okay. Just the easiest thing for me to use, even though I find CMake really confusing and annoying, but it's just kind of like the easiest one. Because everyone else uses it, even though it's, in my opinion, a disaster, but just what it is. When you freeze frame, Do you do just on the character when it hits or the entire screen? It depends. I actually, as of yesterday, added one for character only. Previously, all the freeze frames are full, like the entire game stops. I think even the in-game timer would stop. So like it's actually like Celeste does it this way as well. So like if I get hit, you can see it's going to be hard to track, but the whole timer even stops. So the whole game is just like stopped. But I recently added one yesterday for springs. So this spring object down here actually stops only the player, and it gives the player kind of a buffer zone to be able to like jump off the spring. Because if you hold jump button when you come off the spring, you get higher height. So if I'm just on the spring like this, I don't jump very high. But there's actually, it's really hard to tell, but there's actually a freeze frame. The player completely stops for like it might even be 0.1 seconds or like 0.05, several frames anyways, like maybe 5 or 6 frames. And that gives the player time to like decide if they want to like jump high. So if they hold jump, it's, well, I jumped into the flames, but it's easier to get the height. And so that's a player only freeze frame. Actually, it's both the player and the spring in that case to the freeze frame. So that's a case of one where I wanted it specifically on only one object. But currently, the rest of the game, when there's freeze frames, it stops. Like the player getting hurt stops the whole game. So this is just like whole game stops, and then moves on. So yeah, I have both right now, I guess, is the long answer, or the short answer of that long thing. How do I feel about Earthblade when it was still being held a secret? I mean, yeah, it's even now it's still hard to like not share stuff about it. I'd love to share stuff, but yeah, we just want to keep working on it until we have good stuff to show, and not show stuff too early. Yeah, I think if it's for this boss fight only, it looks okay. Like the rotation stuff. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna get rid of this. Gonna start with idle. Okay, so here I'm gonna start coding the routine. Hey, cool stuff. How long have I been working on this project? Honestly, I don't remember anymore. It's been a while because, like I said at the start of the stream, we kind of just work on this when we want to in our spare time. So, like we haven't worked on it for like 3 months or something. So it kind of comes and goes. So like maybe even like close to 2 years or something, but very slowly. Like I'd take breaks for 3 or 4 months at a time and stuff. Do you have any advice for people who want to get started with streaming game dev? I don't really have good suggestions for streaming game dev. I just kind of, yeah, stream stuff and see where it goes. Yeah, so I don't have a great in terms of actual streaming. Yeah, I'm just kind of make stuff and hopefully have fun while I stream. I think I want a facing variable. Okay, so facing, it's going to start facing right, technically. And then here we're going to say, so, okay, I'm going to start the rolling. So we're going to say sprite, play. I need to get my sprite. No, it's called animator. Again, yeah, I haven't worked on this game in a while, so I might be kind of rusty with some stuff. And I'm also going to add some constants here. So it's 8. I think 8 looked good. I don't really remember. And then I guess we want to face this a certain way. So before we start this, we're going to actually see if the player exists. And if the player does exist, we'll change our facing towards the player. So yeah, this is the part where I don't totally remember. Is it blind or first? Yeah, first player. But I only want to do this if we're not already facing. Do I have a facing? Oh, I have a facing thing. I'm gonna reuse. I have a struct for this. Okay, so I'm gonna use this facing struct instead. Because this facing struct will just do what I want. Entity x minus our x. So we're facing. So if there is a player, then we'll face the player. Then we start rolling, and then I guess we'll wait a second. I don't know how long to wait yet, but we'll just wait 1 second. And then we'll start moving. So to start moving, I need actually colliders and stuff like that, which I do not currently have. So in the create event, so we'll say add sprite, and we'll also add a collider. And I need to include collider. Do you have any advice for people? Oh yeah. How do you enjoy being in any game dev's full-time career? I mean, I really like it. I feel very lucky. The rest of this is C++. I feel very lucky to be able to make games as a career. Like, I mean, it definitely, like, trying to think of like the right, like how to explain it, but I guess I feel very lucky because it's I think it's hard to be able to do it full time and independently. So I think I feel very fortunate that I was able to, or am able to do it. So it's kind of the job that I definitely wanted for a long time. Like before Celeste, I was always making games. I've been making games for more than 15 years. But I was always kind of doing it not as a full-time job, but just kind of in my, like, a lot of my time, but I was doing other stuff to actually like pay rent. So being able to do this full-time, like, feels pretty awesome. Feel very fortunate that I was able to do that. Yeah. After 1 second, I'm gonna move in the direction that I'm facing. So, oh, I need to add the stuff. So physics collider. Collider. And then I guess the collider for this guy could be a circle. It might make the most sense, honestly. I didn't really think about this. I was gonna make him a rectangle, but actually I think I'll make him a circle. By like 6 or something. I don't know how big it should be. And then I also don't know what mask it should have. I'm just gonna look at what the Catacomb Ghost does for its collision mask. Where does it create its collider? Hitbox, masks, enemy. Okay. That makes sense. And then a mover. Mover is the component that actually like handles movement, if that's not clear. Okay, well, I won't do anything with that yet. Actually, does this mover hit solids right now? I don't think this guy does, but this one should. It's probably already, okay, it already defaults to solids, so I don't need to change anything. So it already hit solids, that's good. So after we're done rolling for a bit, we'll set our speed to like, I don't know, 100 times I'm facing 0. Maybe a little bit of upward speed, and we'll make sure we have gravity. I don't know, 300. I'll just always give it gravity though. And then, okay, let's see what happens here. It's not gonna be very interesting yet, but should at least be something. Cool, thanks for hanging out. Have I tried modules out yet? No, I haven't really. I just haven't tried any C++ 20 stuff at all. But I'd like to in the future. Do you actually mind off earthplay when you stop working? Yeah, no, it's definitely hard for me to separate time. Like I feel like I'm kind of always perpetually working. Why is this guy not doing anything? Oh, I didn't add the actual controller. Yeah, no, I definitely find it hard to like not always be working. Okay, that was really bad, but it's a start. His collider's too small, so see that's better. I think gravity should be like way higher. Not that you can see it yet. And this needs to be like way higher. That's probably too high now. 600. Okay, that's, yeah, very fast now. I'm gonna not play this just to see. I just want to see if this is the right size for his feet to touch the ground. This collider size. Oh right, he's spinning. Whoops. Okay, the circle should be even slightly larger. I guess I could make the circle for collision be different than the circle for being hit, which I will probably end up doing. Okay. So now look at colliders. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so now spinning, rolls. Now he's going way too fast, so we want to do like that. And then I want to add stuff for being hit, which will change his state. So now he's just gonna wait. Actually, I can detect this myself. So okay, so now until we, I don't remember how to do collision checks. Oh, I want my collider, not my mover. Well, I can just get the only collider right now, but as soon as I add other colliders, this isn't gonna work. Actually, I can just use mover's collider. Okay, so mover, collider. How do you do collision checks anymore? Overlaps, I guess? Bear with me as I try to. So I'm trying to detect if it hit the wall. And I guess I just want to check the dot product of the wall. So if the wall pushes us out more horizontal, because I don't like right now this could detect a slope, and I don't want to stop if we hit a slope. I only want to stop if we hit an actual wall. So I want to check the dot product of the push out. So back to dot of the push out, and back to right. This line of code is getting kind of large. So and go to dot right. So this is larger than like, I don't know, 8.5 or something. Just gonna try a random number. Should be about right. Then we'll stop here. So now I think I'm gonna say mover. and we'll bounce up in the air. That, put it on the ground, and then we'll just restart. I know I guess here I'll say sprite play, idle, sprite spin, 0, sprite rotation. 0. Okay, so this resets everything. He'll pop up in the air. Then we'll wait till we're on the ground, and then we'll just restart. And that brings us back up to the start again, which, and I have errors. Oh, it doesn't like this. What if I just do it like this? Oh, and on ground need to distance, so 1 pixel max. Okay, I don't know what this should be, because I haven't used this code in such a long time. Hello. What do you use for physics and collisions in this game? I use my own simple collision system. So it's just basically, it's using separating axis theorem is the actual like math that is used, but I just wrote my own. But if you want to look up like the general principle, it's separating axis theorem. I can type it in the chat. Or it's called separating. But yeah. What is my favorite game? I have a lot of favorite games. Usually when people ask that, I usually go with, historically, I usually go with A Link to the Past and Cave Story are like the two games that probably influenced me the most growing up. And like in terms of like what I like creating. I think now they might have shifted a bit. I don't know if those are my favorite games now for sure, but those are kind of like my default answer that I always go back to. But yeah. Yeah, Cave Story is amazing. I still go back and look at Cave Story a lot. And Cave Story and both Carol Blaster are both like huge influences for everything I do. I'd say Carol Blaster is probably a bigger influence on this game than Cave Story is, but I both really like them. Yeah, I don't know what max slope is supposed to be, so I need to like look at the player or something. Yeah, what is max slope? 0.5. Okay, just I don't know. Okay, I would like to make this function simpler because I don't know what I want max slope to usually be. So I'm just gonna make this 5 by default, which is the same as the player one, which sounds good to me. And I think distance, I'm gonna do the same thing. Like, what does the player use for max distance? 1. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna default all of these just so that I don't have to think about it in the future. So this may or may not work. Did not work. So clearly this overlap check didn't quite work. Oh, I think this is supposed to be left, because I want the reverse of the way I'm going. So if I hit a wall here, I want to detect that I'm going bad. Yeah. So that's terrible, but we got somewhere. So when we land on the ground, we actually want to stop. And then here we want to say mover friction is it's like some value, like I don't know. And that goes way too high. But I think I'm going to end up coding his like height thing pretty specifically. Right now, gravity is just always being applied, but I suspect I might not want that. So what I might do now, I want this to be higher too, so this would be like 200 maybe, or 180, negative 300 we'll try. And then we'll say RT until mover speed y large equal 0. So we wait until we start falling. Actually, large equal negative, let's say. And then here, the gravity, we're going to make the gravity like very smaller. So that it kind of floats in the air. And then let's say then we'll float for a bit. Then we'll say wait for like around 0.5. And then we'll slam into the ground in theory. When we hit the ground, we will actually wait a bit more before we start rolling around again. Okay, let's try that. See what happens. Yeah, I have been having a nice day. Thank you. A bit later, how do you handle map data? I thought about this a little bit earlier in stream actually, but basically map data is just a JSON file. So individual rooms are a JSON file. I can show you really quick here. They basically just look like this. So they have various data and then like what entities are in them, and each entity just has info about it. And then they have like tileset data is stored in just kind of like an array. They're actually strings in the JSON file. But yeah, that's basically it. Each of these numbers kind of represents certain stuff about each tile. That's basically it. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. Well, I don't know why you went that high that time. Is it like random? Like why? Oh, I feel like the first time you didn't go that high. Yeah, like the first time it was like what I wanted. And then next times it's... Oh, his gravity. I didn't reset his gravity back to what it should be. So I think I actually didn't want to set his gravity here. I want to set it when we start spinning like here. And I'm going to want to add constants for all these so I don't get, you know, this is all kind of random. Yeah, okay. It's actually pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, not resetting gravity. Yeah, you caught that before I did. Wow, it's really snowing outside. Okay. Yeah, if you have more questions like for the map data, feel free to ask. I didn't really go into much more depth than just like, oh, it's JSON, but I can actually show you the parsers and stuff if you want later. It's pretty simple, but ultimately it's just like JSON data. That's it. Okay, this feels pretty good. I'm gonna label these. So start spinning. Wait for ball hit. These are all kind of random values. Okay, so here when we hit the ground, I'm going to add a screen shake. I don't remember how screen shaking works in this game. I'm going to have to find that because I haven't touched it in so long. Is there a camera component? There's probably a camera component. Is that a thing? I don't remember how this game works. I haven't worked on it in so long. There is a camera component. Okay. Camera component probably has screen shake in it. I'm gonna assume. Yeah, shake. I guess 1. Shake. Oh, that might be a lot of shake actually. I think it's in seconds. Oh, okay. And we'll also shake when we hit a wall. So right here. I should add a nicer shake for this instead of trying to always look up the component and stuff. It's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, that shake. Okay, that shake's actually too small. The horizontal one's probably good, but the down. How do I support branching routines, if at all? Yeah, so branching, I do have a way to do that, but it's a little bit ugly, but basically I can add labels and say go to them. So I could say, add a label here called like move left, because that's what's happening. And then like here I could say like that. That's kind of the equivalent of branching in this system. They're basically just go-tos. But yeah, this system is very simple. It's basically just a big switch statement. So label just is like, it basically when you go to a label in a coroutine, it's basically here just going to say like, okay, next frame, go to this case in the switch statement instead of wherever it was going to go next. Yeah, this is by no means like a proper coroutine. Like it doesn't have any like state storage, like the stack is not kept intact or anything like that. This is kind of just like a dumb state machine or a dumb coroutine. So yeah, it's like not as good as the ones that I would have in C#, for example. Like the C# ones I have are way better because they can actually store like state, like the stack state and stuff like that. I don't know, the screen shake doesn't seem very good. Why is it so like, okay, where else do I do screen shake? Just seems kind of like, I guess shake is what oh, these are all Lua functions, but I guess I'll try doing do down. Yeah, my brother Liam's gonna be doing all the music and sound design for now. Or at least all the music for sure. Yeah, what? It feels like the shake kind of sucks. It's not very shaky. Like it doesn't really shake very much. It's kind of like. And he's done some tracks, but yeah, I don't think he's ready to show them on stream yet, but at some point. Okay, yeah, the screen shake's not correct. Like, what the hell? Like, that's not a screen shake. This was the slow moving upwards thing. Is this random function wrong? I have like my dumb pseudo random function. Next modulo max. So it's either gonna be 0, 1. But 0 is -1. This should be correct. This is weird that this sucks so bad. Maybe I don't want to like ease it out at all. I don't think I do. This is a pixel art game. I don't think there's any reason to do that. This still might not work though. It seems like it's not working correctly. Yeah, now it just does nothing. So weird. Oh yeah, okay, so I'm gonna come back to shake values because this is not behaving like I was thinking it would at all. I think my pseudo random function is just janky. Yeah. I don't know why it's janky though, like. Okay, well, I'm gonna come back to this. This is clearly messed up somehow. Just weird. I don't think I want to like. If I do this, I'm just curious. Anyway, I'm gonna undo everything I did here and come back to this later. For now, I'm just gonna include crand or something. I don't remember what it's called. I just want like the C random for now. And then I'll investigate this later. I don't feel like doing this on stream. But I think my pseudo random function just sucks. Or just, oh my god, okay. Wow. Oh, it's, I mean, do you want permanent noise for screen shake, or am I misremembering? I personally don't want permanent noise for screen shake. I don't think. Honestly, what I kind of want for screen shake is like, okay, well, there's the random function actually working. Is I just want it to be on, yeah, like, I honestly don't think I should even use random. Like it should honestly, the screen shake should just alternate between positive and negative every frame. So I don't even know why I'm doing random at all in screen shake. Like to me, in my head, it should actually just be alternating. Like I think it should just be like. Because I think every frame I just want it to be opposites. So like. I think it should just be like that, because there's like no reason for it to be like. Why not actually use random? Mostly just wanted a simple. So I should probably use STD, like standard library random. There's no reason. It's not slow. I don't think anyways. I just had a simple pseudo random thing that I've been using. Clearly it's broken, so I guess it's not good. But I like the, I don't know, the simplicity of it, and it just was dead simple in theory, but it clearly it's not working. So I should probably just use the standard library random, and so on. I was using like the C random, but then that like the seed for C random is like global, and a lot of the time I want my random functions to actually be seeded a lot more locally. So that's why I just like, oh, I'll just have a simple pseudo random in that case, but I should probably just use the standard library random. But yeah, there's honestly no good reason like I should just use the standard library one. Okay. I don't want to get into this too much, but I actually only want to do this. I want to change the sign of this. Let's try that. There we go. That's good. That's what I wanted. Okay. Well, that's that fixed for the moment. Sort of. Although, oh, this shaking. Ugh, whatever. I'll come back. I'm gonna come back to this. I want to work on the boss fight, and I'll think about my random stuff later. GC talk. Okay, I'll watch that later. That's cool. Yeah, permanent noise sounds like a cool idea. For especially if it's 2D. Like right now, this screen shake is mostly just left or right or up and down. I'm not doing much like random, but yeah, I think permanent noise for like when the shake is actually like in 2 dimensions, which I sometimes do. That permanent noise sounds cool to me. So actually, I'll watch this talk later. That sounds really cool. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's probably. I've actually literally never used the standard library random. I only started coding in C++ like, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something. So I have not used it. So I bet it does though. It almost certainly has like objects that you use for the seed. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, it rotated the screen a little bit. That's interesting. That's cool. I like that idea. I don't know if that would work in a pixel art game that well, because in pixel art it kind of like it would like mess up all the sprites, but in a non-pixel art game that sounds really cool. I'm gonna look at this boss a little bit more and see what I want to do here. I kind of feel like once he's in the air, I want him to like, I don't know if I want him to always land in the center. Or maybe he will. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. Feels like this room should be bigger if he's gonna land in the center. Or like this boss area should be larger anyways. Maybe, I don't know how much larger it should go here. Maybe like that or something? Is that centered? It is not centered. But if I add one more tile, this side, it's centered. Although the only thing is you can just stand up here, so I'll probably want to change that. Regarding blah, do I build it into a lib and then statically link my own project against it? I'm still trying to figure out how the project works. Yeah, I kind of like what I honestly do is I just include the whole source code of blah in here. So I just have blah here, and then what the game does, the CMake file for the game, which is somewhere. Actually, I'll do the CMake file for the editor. It uses target link libraries, blah, and then that's it. So then I have it in the editor project. So I just have the source code for blah here. And then the CMake file above this that like actually includes the directory for it. So it includes the library, and then includes the editor in this case. And then the editor links to blah, like that. Yeah, no problem. You pull a Hollow Knight. Pull a while it's watching your knight and have it hit the wall and then bounce directly into your character. Oh yeah, that's a yeah. Yeah, after it hits the wall here, like go towards the player. Yeah, I'm honestly thinking like maybe once he's floating in the air, he might just like stop. Like I might like instead of like smashing down like this immediately, like you could just like float here and do something. Like he could maybe shoot at you and then smash down. This. Throw pickaxes? Yeah, honestly, that could be kind of funny. Like if he's like up here and just like throwing stuff at you, and then he smashes down. So that way, if at least you go up here or whatever, you can't like stay here because you have to get out of the way, and then he smashes down. Yeah, that sounds cool. I'll try that. So then up here, we'll say, well, I think I still want to wait a little bit. How long should I make him wait? Oh, I like 3.5. That's probably enough. And then right here, he'll start throwing stuff. So now we're gonna go into a loop. So I need a counter that will reset here. And then we'll call this our label row. And then what we'll do is we'll increase the throw counter, or I'll increase that after, but first I'll throw. I'm not gonna do a sprite yet, but we'll add that later. For now, I'm just gonna use an existing thing to shoot, because I don't want to make a new one yet, but I will make a new one for him. And then he'll like, yeah, like throw like a few of them. That sounds fun. And then he'll smash down. I like that. Okay, so I have somewhere in here, I think it's in effects, which is weird. I think I have like some kind of bullet that he can shoot. Enemy seeking bullet? No. I'll try quick bullet, which quick bullet? Yeah. I don't know why Visual Studio is not finding this. It exists, but it's deciding not to. World, position, direction, speed. Okay. So again, we're gonna grab the player. So first we'll say, by default, the direction is just gonna be the way we're facing. But then if there is a player, then we're gonna set the direction to towards the player. I probably want to add a bit of an offset here, like 8. I think the player's position is actually their feet, so I'll shoot slightly higher. And then I have to go back and see what this was again. Quick bullet was world, position, direction. World, position, direction. I don't know why C++ or Visual Studio is not helping me out here. World. Spawn position will just be our position for now. Oops, this is a function call. Let's get her. Direction will be that, and speed will just leave it whatever it was. And then we'll just wait a second. Like, I don't know how often they can shoot, but here we'll say if m throw counter smaller than 5 throw. Otherwise we'll wait a little while and we'll smash downwards. Okay, so that should all work. It's not gonna be perfect at all, but should do something. How am I? I'm pretty good. Yeah, just kind of working away. How are you? Isn't price down to state machine 5 switches? Oh yeah. What is it? Yeah. So I explained this a little bit earlier, Anton. But it's basically switch statements. So like C++ doesn't have coroutines, And coroutines are great, and I love them, and I like making use of them because it just like makes this kind of behavior really simple, where I can say, hey, wait this time, and then do this, and then until this happens, do this or whatever, stuff like that. I really like that. And I'm coming from a C# background where coroutines, I use them all the time. C++ does not have coroutines until C++ 20, but I'm not using C++ 20 yet. So instead, basically what I'm doing is like underneath this stuff is a switch statement that looks basically like this, case 0, do this stuff. And then case 1, do this stuff. Case 2, etc. And then what happens in here is like by default, when this case, like there's code actually in the start of these where it says like by default, go to the next case in the next frame. But then there's other stuff like this one says wait. So this is actually whole thing is wrapped in a thing called timer. If timer is smaller or equal to 0. So this begin and end are actually wrapped in timer like this that say else timer mod is equal to time delta time. So when wait happens, it actually does something like, it sets timer to 1.0. And this is kind of all wrapped inside of these. And it makes it a lot simpler for me to kind of write this stuff, especially because like I don't care like what order these are in. So say like I do a bunch of these, like I have all this state here. And then at some point I'm like, actually, you know what? I want to add a thing in here to a little bit of change. And now I need to add one in here. So now all of a sudden, and I have to go through and like re-update all of these and make sure they're all the correct order. Or like, let's say I have a go-to where I'm like, okay, go to like label 2, but then I change the order and then it's just like so annoying. So that's what this is doing. And the code for it is here, which looks really ugly, but it does what I want. So that's where I'm at. When I get to the point where I can use C++ 20 like a lot, then I will probably switch to C++ 20 coroutines, because the downside with this one is you can't store state. So in what I would consider a true coroutine for like how I like to use them is coroutines would have state stored in them. So things for like, you could set a variable, like in a normal coroutine, since it's actually stepping through the function, you could have like auto or like, float number equal to 10, and then number is equal to 20, and then down here, when you call this function again, number would still be 20, even though it's set initially at 10. This does not have that. This doesn't have a true like state storage. But C++ 20's coroutines, in theory, they're really convoluted, but they have a way to properly do that stuff, as far as I know. But I'm not using C++ 20 yet, and probably won't for a while until it's like supported everywhere I want. But yeah, that was kind of the full explanation. How do I implement changing color palettes in each area? I don't know much about game art, honestly. So yeah, okay, the game, I can talk about this quickly. The actual pixel art is all done in black and white, or grayscale. Not true black and white, but grayscale. And then there's a palette. I'm just going to delete it for a second, so it doesn't load. So this is what the game looks like actually without the palette applied. It just looks like this. And there's even gradients and stuff, like the shadows are all like smooth gradients. And there's no colors. So then I have a palette shader, is this, which basically takes an input color, which is this, the input palette color, and then it takes the value that is inputted and divides it into 4 and picks a certain color based on the input value. And then the end result is this. So in each room, I can define what the palette is. So if I go into some random room, that's a bad example because it's really dark. I don't know, I'm just gonna, this room. I can actually change the colors like this, and it updates because it's, it's based on a palette, shader. It's based on a shader. So I can do stuff like that. And that's basically it. Hopefully that makes sense. So the reason I switched languages, the main reason is portability stuff, and I might switch back to C# in the future because of this, because C# is slowly getting more portable. But C++ is just like extremely portable. It runs in everything. I can compile it to anything I want, including consoles. So I'm doing console dev too. So C++ is just much easier to do for console development, or basically any like system that isn't, you know, Windows. And C# is a bit harder to do that with. You can still, but it's not as straightforward. So in the future, like once C# gets more cross-platform support, like the biggest thing is like I need a version of C# that basically compiles to actual machine code for the different systems. So right now, most of the time, C# is just compiled to what's called like ILs, like intermediate language, like files, and then there's a runtime that runs them. So it's like an interpreted language. But for like consoles, that doesn't really work out very well. So for example, Celeste, which is a C# game, is actually it's ported to C++ for consoles. So it goes through this thing called brute, which takes the C# IL files and converts them into C++ files, and then compiles that for the console. And it's a pretty big ordeal and pretty complicated. So it's like, well, okay, like, what does it actually just take to write C++? Is C++ that bad? Is it that scary? And I kind of found that no, like most of C++ is fine. I don't have a huge problem with it. There's certain things that I miss, such as coroutines, but in general, and reflection sometimes, but in general, it's not too bad. That said, though, C# is like, they're working on new stuff. So it's like C# like AOT, which is like C#, what does it stand for? Ahead of time compiler or whatever, where it actually compiles all the C# code to machine code. And so I'm really excited for those kind of projects in C#, because that should make it much more like portable. But it's kind of we'll just see where it goes basically. And for now, I'm just kind of learning C++, because it's honestly the most portable, and it's faster, the most portable and faster like thing that I can use. Hey Chevy, how's it going? Maybe the player should cancel the floating. Yeah, I think that the like they're not gonna sit in the air for that long for sure. And then I think the pickaxes should. Well, I'm gonna make them actual pickaxes, and they're gonna be bigger. And they're gonna. I think I won't throw that many, but I don't know if this is actually gonna stop me from just like sitting up here. If I just sit up here the whole time, like it's actual. It might actually be hard to. But ideally, you'd be down here with them, right? Which maybe just means that like if you're actually getting into this fight, maybe what I want to do is instead is just make it like not feasible to jump up here. You can still kind of do it if you're like, yeah, you can still do it, but maybe this should be a fight you go down into. Also, I wonder what happens if I make this. That's more interesting or not. He has like more ramp up. Yeah, I think I like it like this. Yeah, C++ also has many existing libraries, etc. Yeah, it's just like, and they're so easy to use. So if I want like a PNG library in C++, I can just literally grab, you know, like stb, what's it called? I have it in here somewhere. like STV image, and it's just like a single H file. I just have it here and it just runs. I don't have to do any porting work. I don't need to get a binding for it. I don't need a DLL. It's just like, it just runs. I just put it in there and it goes. So that kind of stuff is really nice. Cool. Thanks, Mao Osu. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I could maybe have doors. Right now, though, one problem is my doors. The doors that I do have, where are they? Door. I think their colliders aren't a full tile wide. So if I make these, this is kind of the inverse of what I want, but like you can kind of like still just stand on the edge of them. So maybe this is a good reason to argue for making doors a full tile width, so you can't. So for cases like this, you can't actually do that. And doors are actually coded in Lua. I have this because I wanted to make this game really moddable, so I added this thing where like entities can either be coded in C++ like this, or they create a factory and stuff. But the factory can alternatively be a Lua one, in which case, yeah, so make this 12 wide. But then I have the other thing of like the slider for it's like kind of weirdly big. So if I go to a room where I'm actually using the door properly, honestly, okay, no, actually that's fine. I thought it was, oh, okay, wall sliding on them looks weird. So that's weird, but this is probably the right thing to do long term anyways, and actually just make the door sprite beefier, because I think just having them a full tile width is like the correct thing to do anyways. Just feels like it's gonna be avoid any kind of weirdness going like as we go. Yeah, okay. So yeah, maybe just doors that close when the fight starts is the right way to do it. Can these doors toggle open and closed? These are like all done in Lua, which is kind of weird. Why are these? Yeah, so actually maybe for now I'll just assume that there will. I have to code like doors that can close. Like doors are only like one way right now. They can only open. They can't close. But in the future, yeah, I think I'll just add doors. I think that's the right solution. There's just doors here that close. And actually, this one should always be closed. So like, I think I'll get rid of this. And in theory, there would be a door here. So like that. As long as I can't get stuck on the edge of it. But yeah, okay. I think that'll make a lot of sense. I still like the pickaxe idea in general, so I'm gonna work on that. Holding the lanterns to stay in the air? Oh, if the boss holds the lanterns? That's a cool idea. I think, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit weird, but I suspect that once I add animations to him, where like he's up there and then he starts throwing stuff, even though he's like floating in the air, the fact that he's like throwing things, it'll make it look kind of like, it won't look as, like right now it looks weird. It's like, why is he just standing there doing that? But like if he's like has an animation where he's kind of like throwing pickaxes at you, then like I think it'll be like the disbelief of him floating in the air will look less weird than it does right now. But we'll see. Yeah, that's a potential that we could try after. But I'm a little bit hesitant to make him actually grab the lanterns because I'm not really controlling like where he goes right now. It's just kind of like idly floating around. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. dust particles and stuff. Yeah, I actually want to do that in general. So I think, did I do this in Celeste? I can't remember if this is in Celeste or this might have been in Skytorn. But basically a thing that I did, I think this is in Skytorn, is whenever the screen shaked, it would also search for like any ceiling tiles and just make like spawn dust on them. So like instead of me manually like making dust fall, it would just be like whenever there's screen shake, it would find the ceilings and make dust fall from it. I think that was Skytorn. I don't think I did that in Celeste. I can't totally remember. But yeah, I'd like to do that. That would be really cool. I think I'm not going to do it today because, yeah, I don't want to go through all that stuff right now. But I definitely want to do that. I like that idea. Yeah. Thanks, Anton. Glad you like the style. Which one do you prefer more, C++, C# or Lua? C# is my favorite language, I think. It's just the ease of use is really nice. Like for everyday, just like coding and stuff, C# I like the most. Yeah, by a lot. Oh, thanks. The animated dash lines and stuff, yeah, they're gonna be fun. Yeah, exactly, Fen. He throws them like with so much effort that he's like staying in the air. And then I think when he's charging up this roll, I think I'm gonna make him move away a bit. So yeah, I added friction, right? So here I want friction to be 0 basically. Okay, that's too much movement, but there. And that's pretty good. I think yeah, I wanted to move back a bit, and then I have this effect on the player that I'll probably steal when the player's running. So I have this effect. There's like you can get running boots in this game. At some point, we haven't decided where yet. And when you're running, where's a good place to run? I guess this room's a good place to run. When you're running, you have like these like things behind you, and I'm gonna reuse this effect for when that guy's dashing, I think. Which I don't remember where I do that or how I do that. Is it just an effect? It might just be an effect. Might be in here. Dash maybe? What is dash? FX dash. I just have to find out where this thing is actually stored. Is it dash? Okay, yeah, dash. That's what I want. So, okay, sweet. Okay, so here. Wait for a bit to hit the ground upwards, set the speed. So actually, okay, so we're gonna say while, I'm gonna change this to a while loop. Wait for wall hit. Okay, so I'll just make this up. And then I'll turn this into an if statement. So if we do this, then we're gonna go to the next event. It's this one. We hit a wall. So I actually want the inverse of this. So how do I do this? So I want a repeat statement if this is not true. So I'm just gonna throw a negative around this. So if not this stuff, then we repeat. Otherwise, it goes into this next one. So then here, what I want to do is if time on interval like 0.1. How often does a player do it? Actually, it's a good question. Player does it on 0.08. So I'm just going to steal that. Minus this stuff. And negative spacing. Yeah. Why? Visual Studio's lying to me. Cool. Is there a story? There's a story. But we haven't talked about it on stream at all yet, and probably won't. But yes, there is a story. Okay, that was functionally sort of working, but pretty weird. Especially since it's not on the ground, so this needs to be at least a few pixels down. Probably like 9 pixels down. Hello there. Hello there. Yeah, there's been we didn't work on it like for 3-ish months or something, or maybe 2-ish months. But the last week we did a bunch of stuff, so we'd be kind of like refactoring things and tweaking things. We kind of like threw out a lot of this area and rebuilt it, so this area's changed a lot. And I'm trying to get to the point now so that you can like start here and go through this area and kind of complete this before going to this dungeon. So trying to get that like as a cohesive like story of like, here's the stuff you fight, here's the things you do, and then this happens. Trying to get to that point. So we had a lot of like convoluted stuff here with the story, and it was kind of hard to orient yourself and stuff. So we're trying to like minimalize it, simplify it, and get that stuff done. So the last week's been a lot of refactoring in there, which is the biggest difference. But other than that, we haven't actually worked on it like almost at all. That still seems too high. What the heck? I guess, does he bounce? Oh, right, he goes off the ground. So maybe this one isn't gonna work. I could do something kind of ugly where I could like raycast to the ground and just create this at the ground position. I don't remember how I do raycasts. There is a cast. I know there's a way to do casting. Visual Studio is not helping me right now. It's not auto-completing like anything. For reasons that it has decided. Where is Collider? Yeah, ray hit. There's totally static. Okay, yeah, static raycast. It's just not giving me anything here. Okay, world, line, mask, result, closest, true. Okay, so world. I'm terrible at remembering these without help. Line. Okay, so line. It's not even auto-completing line. Okay. Entity, position, entity, position, view, down times 32. Oh, that's probably enough. And then masks. And result and then closest. So result has a point. Okay, sweet. Did I do that? Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. That way the stuff should happen along the ground at least, because right now it kind of he like bounces in the air a bit, but I want this to just go on the ground. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So that actually works. It's pretty subtle, but I like it. Yeah, cool. Okay, the next thing I want to do, I'm kind of working on effects right now, which is probably a mistake, but it's really fun, so I'm gonna keep at it. Because why not? Yeah, I bought a laptop from System 76, like a Linux laptop that's in the mail right now, which I'm excited to try out and mess with, because this computer does dual boot. I have a Linux thing on here to test stuff with, but I'm gonna try to get into a bit more for fun. See where that goes. I could use VS Code for this, but I don't know. Like when I'm on Linux, I use VS Code instead of this, but the debugger in this is really nice. I really like the Visual Studio debugger, but yeah, sometimes it just implodes. The IntelliSense just decides to die on me. If I restarted, it would probably start working again, but I don't really want to do that right now. So. Yeah, WSL is really cool. Okay. And I want to do a trail kind of like the player. How does the player do their trail? I know they spawn. Start running. Oh, okay. Where's the thing where it actually like... Where's the thing where it spawns like a sprite that fades out of itself? The player has this thing where it like spawns. Maybe I have an effect for it. So we get dust quick bullet. I want to try to find the thing that player does that like start running on here, keep running, that, stop running. Snap to slopes, sprite rate. Oh, okay, this is what I wanted. Okay, so this is actually, I kind of want to add an effect for this because I want to reuse this now. So I'm going to try that. Maybe this will just work. Looks already good. I'm gonna just copy that. Visual Studio doesn't think it exists, but I know it does because I literally just created it. And then here I can do effects, ghost trail, that world. Actually, probably don't even need this because I can just get the NT position from. And then I can reuse this. Oh, okay. Actually, Visual Studio didn't lie this time. It actually was correct. This error was not a lie. Okay, cool. Okay, so now I can, in theory, reuse this right here. How often does the player create a trail effect? 0.1. But I might want to make it more often because this guy moves it faster than the player does. But I'll just leave it like that. Yeah. Okay, I literally just created this, so I know it exists. I just didn't type it right, so it's not my fault. Or that was my fault. Fun game of, is it my fault or is Visual Studio lying? I don't even know this. Oh, hey, Goldbuke. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay, cool. Look at it again. I think that's working. I don't know. It's really fast. Maybe I do want it more often. I don't want to go overboard on this either though. What if I make these both really often actually? What if I make them both like 0.15, which is like very fast? Cool, have a good sleep, Anton. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah. Maybe I'll make him a little bit slower. I could do this based on distance as well instead of on interval. Like right now I'm doing it on a timing interval, but it might make more sense to do it based on distance. So like after he moves a certain amount is when he creates a trail piece, but this is fine for now. Okay, that's enough special effects for now. I think next up, I want to make a wave effect. So when he smashes in the ground, it's going to make like a thing. Actually, I could reuse. I kind of already have this because this enemy throws this flame like that. And that's basically the exact effect I want. So I might just cheat and steal that, which because that's a good way to just test it for now, like whatever. Do I have that? Is it fire throw? I think it's ground fire. This is probably it. Yeah, let's just try this when he's slammed on the ground. I want to make him slam on the ground faster as well. He's sitting in the air too long. So this 5 second, or where is it? 3 seconds should be like 1.5, and then when he hits the ground, I'll just try this. That's ground fire. That did nothing. So the next question is, why did that do nothing? Does it not cast to the ground? I guess, does this need to start on the ground? I don't understand. Spread fire out in both directions. Wait, we do raycast down. How far down does it cast? Oh, it only casts down 8 pixels. Oh, and this guy sits in the air like 9 pixels. Okay, so honestly, I should make well, whatever. Let's push it down a bit. This should probably raycast. This function here should raycast to the ground. Like, regardless of where it spawns, it should just search for the ground. Yeah. Cool. Why do I put brackets in places where they're not needed? I probably go a little bit overboard, but I just really like it's a readability thing. 90% of the time it's a readability thing. Occasionally it's because it's like for actual scoping purposes. But yeah, like none of these actually need to exist. Like actually this one might be nicer where it doesn't have one. But like I just find this a little bit harder to read for me. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I just like this one I actually like more like that now that I'm looking at it, but I just like this, like the readability of it. And I do it all over the place, like probably in here. You might have noticed one in here or something. There's not here, but I do this a lot where I break statements up. Like if I have like a large block of code, like sometimes I'll even do stuff like this. So I'll be like, okay, here's the sprite one, and it's in like a block like this, just to make it like not for stuff that's usually this short, but maybe this had more like that much stuff. I would just be like, here's the sprite stuff, and then here's the next thing, you know. Because I like it's just a readability thing for me. I just like how clean it feels, cleaner in my head. Occasionally I will do for scope stuff. So C++ like has, you know, destructors when things go to scope and stuff like that. So sometimes I will do things intentionally in a scope like this if I want like maybe there's some kind of file thing and I just don't, it doesn't really matter, but for the sake of it I don't want it to last. So if I have some kind of file or something that's open in here that does stuff, blah 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 blah, and then like, you know, maybe it reads into an image, like reading to an image or something. I don't know why, but that's an image or something like this. This is not a great example or whatever. And like in this case, like the image lives outside the scope, but this file should be like done with here, and that way it's like scope. So occasionally the scopes are intentional for like, I don't really want this to live on forever. It could, but it's just like feels cleaner to have it like, oh, like this is where this file is being used, now it's gone and over with. But most of the time I'm just doing it in cases like this where I just find the readability nice. I just like it for that kind of stuff. It just makes me very deliberate and clear. It does take up more space, so that's a downside trade-off, but for me I like it more. Oh, hey Maddie. I hope you're having a good Saturday. What does the RT stand for? In this case, it stands for routine. I think I should rename it to co. It's because these aren't, I called them routine because they're not actually true like coroutines. And I talked about this earlier in the stream, so I'm not going to go into it again right now. But they're not really true coroutines, right? They're secretly just switch statements. They're just switch statements hidden in lambdas. And each one of these is a case in the switch statement. But I call them routines because they're not in my head what I would consider a true coroutine. So I call them routines, but for the sake of this project, they could probably just be called a coroutine. Yeah. So maybe I'll make the pickaxes that this guy throws. That seems like fun. I probably won't. I don't know if I'll animate this guy today. Realistically, like I don't know if I have time to animate him. But I could make the pickaxes at least. Which I think I want them to be different than these bullets. Like I want them to be bigger and I want them to be slower. So that seems like worth animating. I think, yeah. I think they'll be pretty big. I don't know how pickaxes actually look. That's probably too curvy, right? But they should actually probably start more like. This is a weird. Please ignore my weird pickaxe. It's I'm working on it. Why is this wrong? Oh, I guess that's not wrong. Is that wrong? This looks too curvy. It looks really curvy now that I'm looking at it. I mean, it's gonna be spinning really fast, so it might not matter if it looks stupid. Okay. Yeah, that actually looks fine. I find this acceptable. Yeah. I guess it could have one side be like don't they sometimes have something like this kind of like, I don't know, I've never used a pickaxe. That looks like a hammer. Then he'll look like one of those Hammer Mario Bros guys, which is kind of funny, but no, it should be a pickaxe. Okay. Save this as. This isn't really anything. I guess. Do I have other bullets in here? Is this where I put bullets, or do I put bullets in enemies? I'm gonna add a new folder called Projectiles, and eventually I'll move the other ones there. Yeah, real time. Yeah. I've used the giant to make my program, but I've had to break it up into separate functions because even if the variables are scoped separately, the compiler reserves space in the stack for all of them, all at the same time. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like if you have a ton of huge variables, then yeah, you'll run into that because scopes don't save you from stack allocations. Like I'm pretty sure most language or C++. And I could be wrong, but I feel like C++ probably allocates enough room for the full function at the start, even if it knows that like, oh, this variable goes out of scope and it's gone. But I assume like when it enters the function, it allocates enough stack space for everything in that function. But could actually be wrong. I don't totally know. But yeah, so at some point, yeah, you might just run out of stack space, I guess. Call it I'm a talk. Never mind. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is probably more like too curved. Like I think a real pickaxe is like only slightly mild. It's probably actually like this. Maybe I should just do that. That was easy. Yeah, that actually looks better. Yeah, okay. It looks less weird. Thank you. Okay. I should rename this effects class to just, I don't know what to call it. They're not really effects. They're like random things. Things you can throw, things you can, some of them are effects, like land jump effect. It started off as effects, and then it turned into like, oh, bullets and stuff. Maybe I just should separate this into like effects and then projectiles or something. That could be good. And then where's quick bullet? I'm gonna steal quick bullet because it has a lot of. This is like bad code duplication, but I don't care. Stealing it all. Stealing it all. I don't know what wiggle does. I'm gonna do that. Honestly, now I'm looking at this, I should probably just actually make this animation like I should probably make this an actual animation that has like cool like swoosh. Collider, it's gonna be, this thing needs to be way bigger. 7? I don't know. Damager, it's all fine. Destroys ourselves, speed. Okay, this thing is all. I should probably add a thing at something. Like this is almost the exact code duplication of the thing above me, the thing I just copied from. So at some point I should maybe change that. Since like this could just be the same, I could just add a generic function call that creates a sort of bullet, because it's almost the same code again. So, but that's okay. I don't care. Come back to it. Clean that up later. And then I don't know how many of these I want to create yet. Maybe 5. Let's keep it at 5. Curious to see how that goes. Miscellaneous, yeah. Misc entities. Okay, that looks terrible. Absolutely horrible. It's like total garbage. Think about this a bit. I think the time between them I want to make higher. I want to make them go faster. That fast. And I think instead of going directly at the player, maybe I actually will do a Hammer Bros kind of throw where they actually like go up and come down a bit. I think I will do that. Okay. I am going to keep working on this boss fight. I'm going to use the bathroom and get some water. But yeah, I think I'll keep going on this for probably another hour or so. I want to get it like sort of functionally done. So I want to make it so you can hit him, and I want to make his moves. I'm going to add probably some variations on moves. I'm going to work on this projectile a bit more and make it. I think I'm going to make it like a upside down U or whatever, like have an arc to it, and you'll just kind of like toss them out. I think I'll try that. Yeah, that's the plan. So I'll be right back in like 2 minutes, and then I'll try doing that. So yeah. see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. And I'm gonna work on the game some more. Yeah, okay, so the pickaxe, it's cool, but it also... Well, I don't know, maybe I don't want an arc. Okay, I'm gonna leave him like this for a second. And instead I'll work on making it so you can actually hit this guy and deal damage. Because right now there's no way to do that. And I want his body to do damage to you if you bump into him. So... yeah, reflecting the pickaxes could be cool. Actually, okay, I'm gonna try... yeah, reflecting them could be kind of cool too. Why did my colliders not stay off? They could bounce along the ground too. Like he throws them and they kind of like bounce along the ground for a bit. I think one thing I'm going to add, after he slams into the ground, he's going to jump around a bit. Like he hits the ground here, and then he's going to like kind of hop around on the ground before he like starts deciding to roll again. So maybe I'll work on that first, and then I'll come back to the pickaxes. Maybe he'll even throw some pickaxes while he's on the ground occasionally. So like down here, he'll wait a bit, and then he'll like do some hops. I think friction's already assigned, isn't it? To something. Yeah, it already has some value, so. Maybe let's pick a random direction. I also have this random, whatever. Oh, this is the C random. Okay, I'll use this for now. Trying to think. So I'm thinking like he'll hop around it. So he throws the stuff, he slams to the ground, the fire comes out, and then he'll kind of like hop and like maybe throw more pickaxes while he's just kind of like hop, like he'll hop on the ground a bit. Just so like it feels to me right now like after. Well, two things is like you need an opportunity to hit him because right now there's not really good opportunities to hit him. But like after he does this stuff or whatever, and he slams on the ground, I don't like that he starts rolling immediately. Like I want something in there before he does the roll again. And maybe the roll like, or actually maybe he could just roll again. But maybe instead of hopping around, he does the roll, but he doesn't necessarily fly up into the air like until he rolls a few times. So maybe he does like multiple rolls and then he jumps up into the air. So like here, he hits a wall, he goes up into the air a bit, but he stays in the roll, so I don't do any of this stuff. I guess I could stop him from spinning. I just want to try something quickly. Actually, I can just restart it, I guess. Kind of duplicating code a bit here, but I just want to try something where after he hops up, if he like bounces upwards and then so I want to see what this looks like out of curiosity. If he kind of keeps rolling for a few times after he hits the wall, oh, this time he'll always roll the same way, so I just want more stuff happening between. Like I don't want this to be the full loop. Like I want him to do more stuff. Oh my god! Oh, he's gone. Goodbye. Oh, he left. Okay. Hey, you're not too late. I am still working on stuff. I'll probably work on stuff for like another hour or so. Okay, well, that wasn't, terrible. Yeah, scared him away. Okay, he still is doing that. Oh, I know how to fix this. Okay, so I'll make the pop up way less. So in this case, you do like, I just want to try like in general. Okay, well that's a lot going on there, but yeah, boss is on hard one now. But like if he did some rolls like this a few times, this is, you maybe could even hit him here. I think it's cooler if his rolls slower in general, like already. I want these colliders to stay off, please. It's still really hard if that's what is actually happening. Why are these colliders not staying off? Please stay off. It's like saving that they're on. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It needs more time for you to like here, this seems to be like 0.8 or something. I guess I want to keep him in roll here, but make spin like way slower. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna undo all this. Just playing around. I do like the slower spin speed though. I like that you have more time to like deal with him a bit. Yeah, actually, maybe the spin is fine. He just needs more stuff to do. Like I think after he throws the pickaxes and he lands on the ground, I want him to, there has to be some other behavior he does that's interesting. like right here, I don't want to just go into spin again, because it's cool, but it's not like, this loop is not enough to work yet. It needs more going on. But I don't know what that more is yet. Maybe he'll just hop around a bit. Like he'll do a hop and throw a pickaxe, and then do a hop and throw a pickaxe for a while. And then he'll go into a roll. It could be for like a kind of random amount of time, like a random amount of hops. Like I have this hop counter, and I say hop counter is equal to something like how many randoms do I want? Like 2 to 4 hops, and then he goes again. So hop, I would just basically say mover. Let's pick a direction each hop. How do I make I should look at another enemy that I have. The enemies, I might just, if it has it, I might just steal it from this jumper. Yeah, I'm just gonna steal this. On ground. On ground is the check that it checks for right there. Let me just steal this code. Lazy. Oh, and it looks for the player every frame. I could just do that. This is until, I don't think I need this. I don't need this either. Will it be a bot of the stream? Yeah, I'll probably upload this to YouTube later on. Yep. Right here we'll say hop counter larger than 0. So I just stole, yeah, a bunch of code. Okay, yeah, I've talked about this a few times, but the way, actually I'm just going to test this first, and then I will explain the RT thing again. Okay, so now you should hop around. Okay. What? Oh, he isn't? Okay. I see. Okay, so I think I can do this even. This seems like it would be nice. I can block this into a whole section. It should just work because of how. Okay, so I was going to explain how the RT statements work. So these are macros, and yeah, I've explained this like 3 times already, but I will explain it one more time because I'm happy to explain it. But basically the way these are, I'm calling them RT because they're a routine, and the idea is kind of like a coroutine. So I'm coming from C# usually, and C# has coroutines, which I love to use for behavior such as this because it's just easy to block stuff out. But C++ does not have coroutines except for C++20, but I don't use C++20 yet because it's not stable enough. So instead what I'm using is these things that I just called routines. And routines are basically switch statements. So they take an index, which is the routines, like stores the state. And then it's basically just like case 0. I should actually just write this code out somewhere so people can see. But case 0 and then has stuff, which is, this, and then a break. And then a case 1 and, more stuff and then a break. And then it has a bunch of functionality that wraps kind of stuff nicely. So it has things for like waiting until a certain event happens, waiting for a certain amount of time. It has labels to go to and stuff like that. So some of these could like, case this could say like, oh, timer is equal to 1.0. And then, this says if timer is smaller than or equal to 0, then we update. Otherwise, we reduce timer by delta time. And then, so that's what like these kind of do. So the end result is that I just have a nice way to kind of control essentially a coroutine. It's not a true coroutine because I don't want to, like writing that switch statement out like I just did there is fine, but as soon as you want to change stuff or reorder things or do stuff like that, it gets really annoying. So this is like a nice way to just kind of have it flow well. If that makes sense. And it doesn't do any like, it looks tricky and like it's doing some amount of magic, but it's actually just a switch statement. So it's like very portable, runs on everything. There's no hidden like magic that's happening. It's just running it. Okay, I don't want him to actually hop towards the player. I want him to pick a random direction. Actually, maybe I want him to hop away from the player. Is the source for RT available anywhere? Yeah, I can actually just upload it. I think I had a version of it, but I think this one fixes some stuff. Like I think actually there's some stuff in here I'm noticing. Like I had a step event here because I think this was broken, but it looks like it's fine now. So yeah, I can upload this. This is the code for it. It's only this long. So yeah, I'll upload that on GitHub after the stream. And I'll tweet it as a reply to my tweet about the stream. Okay, so then the next thing that needs to happen when he starts rolling, I want to set my speed to it only uses a single goto, I think. The goto it uses is just to end the routine. So when you call certain ones of these, it actually just says, okay, we're done here, get to the exit. So the very end of the routine, RT end, has a goto for like getting out of it. So that way when I say like this goto, it actually just jumps to here so that no other code executes. So I can have it in cases like this. So if there's other code in here, like blah, 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 more stuff, and this was called, so it repeats this statement, it like doesn't run this anymore. It just goes to the end, and then next frame it'll still be here. Yeah, so it only uses a single goto. If I could actually make it, I couldn't get macros to work with gotos very nicely. So in theory, I could have maybe used gotos for the labels, like these labels, but these labels are actually done by just storing a value or using an integer. So it actually hashes this value into a number. So by most of the case indexes, like are like when it does one of these ones, it's using the line number as the case. So this is like case, you know, case 66 in this case, and then this would be like, you know, case 78 or whatever. But then if it's a label like this, it's the case would be the case hash of the row. Or I guess like this. Yeah, GoTo gets a lot of hate, but I really like GoTo. I use GoTo's, I wouldn't say a lot, but like for jumping out of multiple loops, like I use it for this scenario a lot. Like stuff like this, like, oh, we found the thing. Or like sometimes if my loop is like really complicated, like it's just, this is just so much easier than breaking out of all these. Yeah. But yeah, you do have to be careful with them. If you have GoTos all over the place, then it turns into a mess. So I only use GoTos. Like I guess I understand the hate that GoTos get, but I think it's a little bit overblown. I don't like that he slides like that. Okay, I set the speed to 0 when he's on the ground here. And then restarting should go to here where he faces the player and moves away from the player. Friction is 0. I think at the arc of this jump, he's gonna throw another pickaxe. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I know he slides down. He's like sliding down the slope, so he's moving. But like, I don't want that to happen. Yeah, I don't. I don't mind. I like chatting about the stuff I'm working on. Honestly, like one of the reasons I stream, like I've been meaning to make this boss fight for like a week, and I just keep putting it off and putting it off. And then I find streaming, I definitely work slower while I'm streaming because I'm explaining stuff. Like this probably would have taken me like, you know, half as long if I was just coding it myself. But it kind of forces me to actually do something because people are watching, and I can't just like sit here and be like, yeah, maybe I'll just browse Twitter, or maybe I'll, I don't know, fuck around instead. And now I'm actually like, okay, I put off doing this boss fight for a while. Now I'm going to actually implement it. And here I am adding more stuff. No, I'll leave that like that. So, okay, I actually wanted to throw, I might end up making this a function call, at least this part of it, because this is kind of weird. So I want to reuse this right here. Have a good night, Toby. Yeah, it definitely I definitely work slower, but it is kind of it makes me actually work. So there's that. Actually do stuff. Okay, that's pretty cool. Doesn't boss inherit from some other class? No, there's almost no inheritance. So the only inheritance right now is the actual object itself, the entity itself has no inheritance. So the boss is an entity, and then the boss adds components to it. So it adds a sprite to it, it adds a collider, it adds a mover which handles actual movement, and then it adds this other component that I just created for this guy called the controller, like the foreman. He's called foreman right now. So the foreman controller. And that's this object. So this object is the thing that actually controls his behavior, which is like a custom component just for this guy. So the inheritance that does exist is this controller. It actually inherits from multiple things. You can't see it because it's wrapped in this macro, which has a bunch of shit in it. But it inherits from two things. It inherits from updatable, which means that it gets an update event like this. And it also inherits from component, which you can't see because it's inside that lambda, or inside that macro. So that's the inheritance that this thing inherits from. So it only has like a singular base class. I guess technically two, because I do some weird wrapping around this, but basically it just has a component that it inherits from, which has, you know, various function calls and data about it, like what world it's in and the entity that it's a part of and stuff like that. After that though, there's not really inheritance. It's all just like components, and then this thing just runs on components. So all told, it's pretty simple. It's basically just an entity, and an entity doesn't do anything except have components in it. And then this guy has a sprite, a collider, a thing that makes him move, and then his controller. And that's the general system I've done for most objects in this game. Is just, yeah, like they just add their kind of base components that they need to do stuff like colliders, timers, animation, stuff like that. And then the actual, I don't like that he slides down the hill. I don't understand why that's happening. Yeah. Yeah, good luck with CMake. It's a monster of... Yeah, it sucks. Is the coroutine implementation idea taken from somewhere? Probably at some point. I don't remember where. I've been coding with coroutines for quite a while. Like I think the Celeste cutscenes, for example, are basically all this stuff, like except C# coroutines, so it's nicer. But I love this way of doing coroutines because it just like I find it so much easier to do behavior. Obviously, there's places where it kind of breaks down, like when it needs to kind of jump around and do lots of different things, it starts to kind of fail. But when it's this nice like cycle of like here's this thing like this object is doing, I find it really nice. And so there's cases where it gets too complicated and then I kind of break it up. Like if an object's behavior is like, it's kind of the state machine thing of like, if an object's behavior gets too like squishy where there's all sorts of things happening and it's like very variable, but like what it's currently doing is like based on, you know, certain timers and like if it just got hit and all this kind of stuff, then this breaks down and might not be as useful. But for situations like this or cutscenes, stuff like that, I really like using coroutines for. And like this enemy is not going to really react to being hit. He's just going to get hit and hit until he dies. So he's just kind of stuck in this loop. So it's okay that this is just like kind of hard coded. But yeah, it kind of breaks down if I want to do things like, oh, if you get hit and from this angle, do this thing, and like then it has to like cut out of here, and it can get kind of messy. but for this situation, I really like it. Oh, I guess I could just get rid of gravity. Here. We're on the ground. I don't want him to throw 5 pickaxes anymore. Why does he slide down slopes like that? I find that quite annoying. I guess because he's just on the slope and I have gravity here, so he just starts going down. It's a problem with this where if you get, yeah, I think he always needs to have gravity, or should have gravity in most situations, because if I hit him right now, he's going to just flop into the air. If I hit him upwards. Or go up in the air like that. It's weird. Yeah, I want him to always have gravity, but do I have a way in Mover to make him not slide down slopes? I guess not really. How does the player not slide down slopes all the time? I guess the friction's just high enough. I guess friction I turn off here, so maybe I just don't want to do that yet. Set 300. Oh, and then I need to turn off here though. Still snowing. It's really snowy today. I thought like the snow was gonna stop. It's been like the weather here, like Vancouver doesn't get a lot of snow usually, but it's been pretty snowy. Oh, but now the roll is gonna not do what I want it to do. Okay, I just need to do this instead. Do I have an R4? Time. Okay, for 1 second. Just do this freaking every second. Yeah. Yeah, I thought the snow was all going to go away because it started raining. And then I was like, oh, I guess it's maybe gone now. And then today it's cold again and snowing. Which, I mean, I'm working from home right now, so I actually kind of like the snow, but the roads have been terrible. Yeah, okay, this is what I want. This is really good. I like this guy. I don't like that he's behind the lanterns, so we're gonna change his depth to something higher, 5. I don't know why he's 5. Be above stuff. I like that I added squishing to other parts of him. He should squish when he lands here. Wait, is it the landing squish? Yeah, it's the landing squish. Yeah, okay. And he needs to fall faster. I don't like that he floats in the air for that long. Maybe way faster. Oh, it's like kind of double long because it like that's the time after the throw. Oh, so I think I want this to be like here. Put this here. And then this is just like that. So yeah, he waits 0.5, throws, then this is his next weight. Okay. Oh, I suck. Yeah, okay. This guy is feeling pretty good. He might be too hard now because he's kind of an early fight, but whatever. This is feeling pretty good. What do I want to do? I guess I want... So now I want to add some basic animations, and you get to watch me sprite terribly for a bit. And I think I'm trying to think of how many animations I need. I need a few. I want one where he's... Okay, I think I know what I want. So the first one I'm going to do is one where he's bouncing off the wall. Or I guess, do I want one where he's bouncing off the wall? Because like he hits the thing, he hits the wall and he bounces up. I guess I could just have a jump animation actually. Where he kind of like his legs. Okay, now bear with me as I pixel art. Unfortunately, poorly probably. He's... Yeah. I think I might actually want to make this like... I might want to flip this horizontally because he's symmetrical, so... Oh, he's not quite symmetrical. His flashlight is like the only thing that's not symmetrical. No, let me go like that long, dude. So then when he hits the wall, go into this. And here he'll go into, not idle, but not idle. Thank you. Now I want to add a throw animation where he like has a hold the pickaxe over his head kind of. Okay. Yeah, this animation's gonna suck. This is gonna be really hard. Yeah, it's gonna be 2 frames. So I think this for now is 2 frames. Whereas he's gonna like have one where he's like up like this, like left hand forward and right hand back, the pickaxe in his hand, and then have another one where he's like throwing it. But like, oh god, this is gonna be a whole. It's gonna be a whole thing. I guess I want to rotate like this. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. We're just gonna go for it. So we're just gonna go this way, kind of. Then his arm is gonna not be here. His arm is gonna be a big blob that's kind of going up like this. I'm not gonna do that yet, actually. And then, what arm do I want? And then I guess this arm is gonna be like it's technically back further. Okay, so oh man, this is gonna be really bad. So then this arm is gonna be kind of over here, and it's gonna have it out. And then this leg. Wait, is that is this? I think his left leg goes forward. No, wait. His left arm is going. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna scribble this because I can't do it with the existing stuff. So his head is here, and then this arm comes up like this, and then so he's facing the camera as he's doing this. So this arm has to go out this way because he's rotating that way, and then this. Like that. So left. This leg is kind of like this, I think, and then this one is like out like that, I guess. Or no, this leg is forward. Yeah, this leg. Okay, this leg is. I think it's something like this. In theory, it could be something like that. This pickaxe is huge also. Excuse me? And his eye would be kind of like, one eye would be here kind of, and the other one would be there kind of. His mouth would be like that. His hat, it's kind of over more now because you're seeing from the side kind of. Please don't be offended by my pixel art. It's I'm trying. Yeah, and then his arm, this arm would be like that, like this way. But I had the proportions like all weird, I think, because I don't really know. And this leg's kind of like that with his boot. And this leg, I think this leg was, I don't know what happens with this leg. His leg's also like way too high, I guess. Jeez. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know where anything is supposed to go here, so. Something kind of like that, except not bad. How wide is his head? I guess I copied his head here, so. Yikes. Okay, well, you know, this is a thing that exists that is gonna be... At some point I'll try going over this better, but... Yeah, fingers visible around the handle for sure. Oh, he also, I forgot he kind of has gloves. So in theory, he says something like that, kind of. Doesn't make any sense how he's holding it. Okay, you know what? We're gonna try this. You should be facing this way. I'm just gonna. This is terrible, but I'm just gonna get the basics in, and at some point try to do a better version. But pickaxe here. So I actually want to say like here. And then here we'd in theory play, we have a throw animation, which, oh my goodness, I will try in a second, I guess. Let's do this. Throw, and then here, when we actually start falling again. Oh, hey, thanks for the raid. Oh, hey, Carrie. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. Thanks. I am having fun. I'm attempting to pixel art really badly. But this boss fight I'm working on is coming along slowly. Except he's... Oh, yeah. There's a lot happening here right now. But it will maybe make sense soon. I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for hanging out, coming by. What were you playing? Out of curiosity. I saw you were you looking at doing some Kaizo playing? Thought I saw that on Twitter. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Okay, so they need to face you when they actually do this. So actually I need this hop facing you, but then their speed is negative facing. And then, right. Nice. Yeah, I've tried playing some Mario ROM hacks, but I am okay at the normal, like the base Mario, but ROM hack, a lot of ROM hack, they're hard a lot of the time. So I'm not very good at them, but they're really fun. I like watching other people play them. Okay, it needs to face you up here. Oh, I think we just need to make the sprite always face the way it's facing. So, sprite scale X should be sprite scale X times 9. Yeah, fair. Cool. I like how creative a lot of them are. What the hell? I like how creative a lot of them are. They often have like, just the ideas in them are really cool. Sometimes they're too hard for me, but the ideas in like that they can like. There's this thing with like game design that I find really cool, where like when you have limitations on what you can actually make, you can create. It makes the creations like kind of cool in an interesting way. So like making stuff within the scope of like, oh, it's a Mario game, but I'm doing all this weird stuff to it. Like that scope, like those constraints can lead to like really cool design, in my opinion, which is really fun. Okay, right here I want to face the player if the player exists. It's kind of like when making like Pico 8 is kind of like this too, where like Pico 8 games are really cool because the constraints of Pico 8 make it so you have to build things, and like the scope gets smaller, so you have more limitations on what you can make. But because there's more limitations, you have to get more creative about finding ways to like work within those limitations or even break them in some ways to like make stuff. I think it's really cool. Oh yeah, cool. Have a good dinner. Thank you. Okay, so now I need a throw animation or like a okay. I'm gonna keep the head. That part's fine. Delete everything else. Honestly, the head might go down like this. It's probably gonna have an arm. It's like way out this way. And another arm. The other arm's gonna be like out like this. And then one leg like this, I guess. And the other leg way back like that. I might just start with this. I might not try to pixel all this right now because yeah, it's gonna be a tricky thing because I'm bad at this. His leg gets really long. This arm should be like, if this, wait. I think this should all be shifted, kind of, like, because that's, like, it should be like that or something. Because he's kind of coming around, and then his arm should be like here, kind of, or something. His back should be covering most of it. Oh god. Oh, oh no. Oh no. It's terrible. Pretty terrible. Pretty horrible. But I kind of just want to get the idea of it. That arm's not making any sense. I'll just hide that arm. The arm can be completely behind it. This light should be up higher almost. Kind of like that. I don't know, man. This is the whole thing that I'm gonna have to come back to, or maybe never come back to. Thanks. Okay, then when the actual pickaxe happens, we do a throw, which I could just put into this probably. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, at some point, I think I could get this to work well. It's just gonna take like time. Okay, so now I want the pickaxe throw to be not quite at our origin position. Actually, and I want to base this on, I guess I want to pick the throw direction earlier. So I'm gonna store it. On this sprite, it's not sprite, it's animator. And then throw pickaxe right here. We're gonna throw it in the throw direction. We're gonna play that. Okay. So down here, then I'm gonna say throw prepare. And there we actually throw the pickaxe. And then down here, I'm gonna do the same thing where I say prepare, throw pickaxe, and we're done. So there is a delay now between, which I think is actually kind of cool. So, okay, let's try that. Oh, I do want the pickaxe in his hand. Oh, I don't want it in his hand the second frame, no, because it's actually spawning it then. But what I do want to do is offset it a bit in our facing. So right here, I'm gonna say back to I'm facing times like 8 or something, maybe -4, because I want it to kind of spawn in his hand. Actually, -4 is too high, but -8. So now it'll, yeah, be like that. But I actually don't think I want to go back to, oh, there I do. Here, I think I don't want to go back to jump. I just want the gravity to kick in. Actually, immediately, gravity can just kick in. Honestly, the jump could probably just immediately start playing this. Like, I wonder if this is gonna look weird. And then when he lands on the ground, I say, oh yeah, okay, that's way better. Okay, I think actually, despite, I think storing the throw direction early is actually confusing. Like I thought it was gonna work, but it feels bad to me. I think here what I'm just gonna do is right here, I'm gonna say gonna face the player immediately. Okay. Yeah, I think it's feeling pretty smooth. I honestly I'm considering just getting rid of the jump animation entirely. So he's just like, it's kind of weird. I feel like he could just always have the like the prep animation. So like where's the jump? Is jump only one place now? Dash down. Okay, when he's dashing downwards, but I'm gonna have a different animation for that. So I honestly think that he could just always be. Wait, where is this? Yeah, prep, float in the air a bit. Wait, when is this one? Wait. Yeah, get rid of this. So he's just always in the air. Or always like... Okay, well he needs to face the other way, so... By default, he'll probably flip directions. So when we hit the wall... Yeah, right here, we'll just flip his direction. I think that having that jump animation, I think there's no reason. I think he's always, yeah, like that. Like there's no reason for that not to exist. Okay, this is feeling way better. Yeah. Guess there's the weird thing where he'll like turn around, probably, like right. No, that doesn't look weird. Okay. Okay, on that note, I'm gonna use the bathroom again, and then I'm going to get some more water, and then I'm gonna make it so you can actually kill him, because right now you can't hurt him, and then I can actually test like an actual fight. Yeah, he's still doing the jump right here when he goes dashes downwards. So like after he throws, he goes to that jump where he dashes down. But I'm actually gonna replace that with one where he's like looks like he's gonna slam downwards though. Yeah, it might actually work, honestly. Like, it might not need anything. Maybe it is fine. But I was thinking about replacing it with one where he's like... Whoops. I want to look at it again. I was thinking of replacing it with one where he's actually, like... Looks like he's smashing downwards or something. Like, you know, honestly, it's not bad. Honestly, I think it's not bad. You know what? I think I might just leave it like that. I'll just rename it to Smash or something. And then, yeah, I think it actually is fine. I wonder if I can get rid of this. Where does he set gravity up? So wait, this is... Oh, gravity's just on the whole time. I think I like this. I think that makes it more floaty, and I think I want that. Just gonna check it without it. That should, like, it should make it as the peak of his jump kind of floatier. Honestly, I think I like it without it. I don't think it needs that, like, condition. Yeah, I don't think it needs that. Okay, that simplifies that. So what are we doing here? We have start spinning, spin for a certain amount of time, moving backwards. Then we set our speed. We try to the spin. Begins spin dash, then pixel hit wall, fast bounce off the wall, wait till your ball stop. Throw pickaxe, and dash downwards, hit the ground, hop around for a while. Okay. Cool. Okay, sweet. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I'm going to make it so you can hurt him and beat him, and then I think I'll end the stream after that. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then I'll probably be streaming for like another half hour after that, and then I'll call it done after that. That's feeling pretty good. Okay, so I'll be right back, and then I'll finish that up. Cool. Yeah. hello again. Yeah, so I want to make it so you can actually purge him, because you can't yet. But I think the rest of the fight is pretty good. Oh. Oh, again. He might be too hard, honestly. Let's see. But we'll try it. Hello. I don't think I want to. Well, I guess I could save him for later, but like, he fits into the story here. Like thematically, he fits here. So I might add a variation of him later or something. But thematically, there needs to be a mini boss fight here, and it needs to be some kind of minor character guy. But I think I could like, the ways to simplify, like make it easier would be like to pace things out a bit more, give a bit more time between them, give you more opportunities to hit him. So we'll see. It might just be that it's okay. I could increase that, for example, before it starts hopping around. Yeah, make him come back for revenge even stronger. Yeah, that would be sweet. Yeah, when you defeat, like, this guy's not gonna die. He has like story before and after this, so. But yeah, I could add more delays in certain places to kind of space things out a bit better, and that might make it easier. But I have to make it so I can actually hit him, so I can test. Okay, so I want to make it so I can hit him. The other thing I need to do is his collider. Does he get his collider? No, okay. So I'm going to add physics collider. I'm going to add a hitbox then. And then, well, actually, okay, his physics collider could probably be his hitbox. It's probably okay to be the same size. Yeah, okay, that's actually fine. He's gonna have a damage box, so he will inflict damage from his own body, but that should be smaller. But it's okay for that to be this size. So then I need a damager, and I need a vertical. I don't really need to comment all these. It's pretty self-explanatory. What is it called? It's not called a hurtable? Oh, it's called hittable. Health is like, I don't know, 10 for now. And then I forget what it actually needs to do to be hit. I think just having an enemy mask on its collider means it can get hit, I think. Actually, I should be able to just hit him now. I don't think I need to do anything else. Except, I mean, he's not going to have any functionality when he gets hit right now, but... Yeah, okay, I can't hit him. But when he's rolling, I want to make it so that he doesn't... Let's see here. Health, unfiltered, X origin. So invincible, yeah, so I'm making him invincible here. I want to make his hittable black type or something. I don't remember what it's called. Reflection. block is block. I don't know what this stuff's called. I wish it would just actually knockback. Knockbacks. And then when he's done this, okay. See what happens here. This should make it so that hitting him. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, he doesn't become uninvincible. I was wondering what was going on. Okay. I could try. I have this thing. I haven't really looked at this code in a long time, but I have this thing for like on filter that can return whether it was a success or blocked or miss, and I could add this block thing. I'm gonna try that. I'm not really sure how well it's gonna work. Yeah, looks like this. Is there a way to make it reference this like a? Is there a way to make a function point or an SE function to a instance function? Isn't there a way to do that? Like, oops. Under bounds of function may only need to call the function, so I can't set the filter to that function. It doesn't work. Yeah, I can't remember. Okay, well, I'll just wrap it, whatever. Curious if I'm getting blocked every time. Oh my god. That guy's hard. I think I do want this. And then this will return. So here we'll do this, and then right here we'll do this, and then instead of using invincible, we'll say return spinning, return blocked, otherwise impact success. And that should filter out. That should make it so that he blocks you, or it's considered a block when he's spinning, and then otherwise it's not a block. Yeah, okay. This guy is really tricky though. Okay, now I want to damage her. I don't know what direction he should. I want the direction to be based on where you hit him. I'll do 2-5-2-0. So the hurt box is way smaller. Yeah, okay. Okay, on the last hop, he needs to sit around for a while so you actually have a chance to hit him. And then I think I want to make him. This can be even longer. 1.8 or something. Hit the ground, dash downwards. That. And throw pickaxe. I'm gonna make the pickaxe slightly slower. It's a little bit too fast now. And the hitbox actually for the pickaxe is too big, I think. Damager. Gliders. Glider. Try that. This is feeling pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. Oh, whoa. Hey, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Wow, that's a bunch of people. Hey. I'm working on a boss fight right now. This miner guy. How's everyone going? How's everyone doing? Yeah, I guess for everyone who just jumped in. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I guess for everyone who's here, I'm Noel, and I'm making a game with my brother right now in my spare time. So this is like not my full-time job right now. This is like my side project, my weekend project. I'm full-time. I'm working with Extremely OK Games. We're the people who made Celeste, and so we're making a new game. But this is kind of like my fun weekend thing that I do sometimes, very slowly. Like we've been working on this for I don't know, quite a long time, and it's just kind of like here and there we'll like work on it, and it's just kind of be for fun. So right now I just started this mining mini boss today, who I'm almost honestly kind of done today. Like I think he's feeling pretty good. I'm not like totally happy with him. I think he's probably too hard because it's a pretty early fight and he does a lot of stuff. So I might have to tone him down a bit. But honestly, I'm pretty happy with him. I think he's feeling pretty good. Cool, yeah, have a good night. Good luck with your keyboard. What program am I using right now? I'm using, it's all just C++, yeah. I'm not using a like pre-built engine. This is just C++. So it's like, actually the engine I'm using is, sorry, I'm just kind of blanking for a second. The engine I'm using is called Blah. It's just like a really bad one that I made in my spare time. And it uses SDL2 and like DirectX or OpenGL. But it's very like basic. I guess I shouldn't say bad. It's very simple. And it's basically just for 2D pixel art games, like what I'm working on here. But yeah, there's no engine. It's just this is it. Like the code right here is it. So just Visual Studio and then SDL2. Yeah, and then it's my own little editor. So the editor right here is using a program or a library called Dear ImGUI for like the UI, which is like this stuff, which I really like. And then this part of the editor is like I just coded myself. So yeah, it's kind of like it's a small game in a small editor, just coded in C++. Kind of old school in a lot of ways, both visually and I guess in terms of how it's made. Yeah. And sorry, I've been streaming for close to 5 hours, so I'm kind of, my brain is starting to get kind of fried from working on this for so long. So sorry for being kind of like sleepy. But yeah, pretty happy with this guy. I think he's gonna be too hard, but that's okay for now. I mean, yeah, you get a lot of like it's okay if it takes a few tries to beat him probably. The save point for this guy is right here, so it's not like a long walk if you die to go try him again. It's like that's the whole. Oh wow, did not notice that. That my ceiling's messed up here. Hey. Thanks. I'm just trying to get into game making, so I'm still learning this stuff. Publishing streams. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't stream that often. This is the first stream I've done in like three or more months or something like that. But I'd like to start doing it more often again. But I say that literally every single stream. So you can catch me like once or twice a year as I slowly make this game. But yeah, it's been fun. I'd like to stream more often, but yeah, I say that every time, and then I wait 3 months again until I stream. Thank you. Yeah, I think last stream, I don't know for people who were here last time, but last time I was working on this boss fight in this other area, which I think is basically done now. I'm feeling pretty happy about. But this fight is like fairly different feeling. I don't know if I like the quieter. I guess it's small enough. I don't know if it's too small. When he's rolling around, it's too small. It's pretty hard to actually get hit by it, but I think that's good. If you stand in the way, you'll get hit by it, but otherwise, like, it's pretty easy to dodge, but that's, I think, good. How many hours do I usually work on a day? Well, so game dev in general, I work on most days for kind of a normal work day. This project is pretty random. So like I said, my main job right now is working on a game called Earthblade, and that's like kind of the same team that made Celeste is we're making a new game, and so most of my time is spent working on that. And then this is kind of something that I've been working on slowly with my brother in my weekends. So like how much time I spend on this is kind of all over the place. Like I literally like the last time I worked on this game was I think in November, or maybe even October. So like it's kind of all over the place. Whoops. So it really depends on my mood and like if I feel like working on something in my spare time. So yeah, it's kind of like very random intervals. Okay. I actually don't know what I want to do on him next. I feel like, where'd he go? I feel like he's working pretty well. I guess I need him to actually die. So like when he's defeated, he should do something. What does his callback take? On hit. Hit'll be down. Actually, I don't care what I get by, so I'm gonna do that. Did we ever decide on a name for the minor boss? No, not really. He's still just called the Foreman, but in game he's going to be referenced. Like you have to talk to him in game, which we haven't set up yet. But so he will need a name. I'm not sure what it should be yet. I forget what your suggestion was. I remember you had one earlier. On die. So I guess I'll just beat it. And then in this update loop, we're only going to do all this stuff. Like if we're defeated, we'll cancel out of this. Actually, this isn't entirely true. We are going to do some stuff once we're defeated. For now, I'll just make him go back to idle and stand on the ground. So then here we'll say false. And then here we're just going to say idle. Just going to make it so that he stops doing everything and just stands there for now when he's defeated. And then I don't know, we'll have some kind of cutscene. Minor Jones. Yeah, there's going to be some kind of cutscene when you defeat him, but I don't know what that should be yet. Yeah. And he throws them right at you. I have to like actually block these. Oh, I did. Wait, no, I did not. I thought I defeated him. I did not. Okay, now he's defeated. Okay, he was defeated that time, I think. He might have just been standing there though. But I need to turn off his damager. Hey, cool, thanks. Have a good night. I appreciate everyone dropping by. I'm honestly gonna wrap up the stream pretty soon here because I've been at this boss for almost 5 hours and my brain is starting to feel like very fried. from it, but it's been really fun. So yeah, sorry if I'm kind of feeling or sounding sleepy and stuff now. My brain is slowing down after staring at this for so long. I think I made him take 10 hits. I feel like I'm at 10 hits almost. Okay, there we go. Now he's defeated. Yay. So, yeah. I think the next things I need to do is, like, there's actually going to be a cutscene. So when you enter this room, you'll probably have to talk to him first, and then he'll start fighting you. And then there's going to be a cutscene after you defeat him where he does other stuff. But, yeah, yay. Like, for now, I'm pretty happy with the amount that we got done in, like, not that long, like, yeah, 4.5 hours. I did not think I was going to have this much done, actually. Especially because I had no idea what to do with this guy when I started. Like, I didn't know what this fight would be at all. So the fact that this is kind of working is feeling pretty cool. He needs a lot of, like, finessing, I think. I want to do a lot of, like, flair, like, little effects and stuff like that. There's some weird bugs with the randomness that I need to fix. That I don't know what's up with that. So a few things to come back to for sure. And then also the actual cutscene. So there's going to be a cutscene, like, the first time you talk to him, then after you beat him, and then whenever you come back again, because he's not actually going to die, he's just going to exist here, so... yeah. But on that note, yeah, I might call the stream here. Oh yeah, an animation for him smashing the ground is a good idea. I like that idea. Yeah. But I think right now I'm gonna go get some dinner and stuff and chill out for the rest of my Saturday. But yeah, I appreciate everyone stopping by. This was a lot of fun. And I hope that I stream more often. I say that every single time, but I hope to do it more often because it's really fun. I have a lot of fun and it really motivates me, and I'm hoping that it's a good learning experience and people find it interesting. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. And yeah, have a good night. I guess I'll go to be right back and then I'll leave. So goodbye.